really weird. So like 2 nights ago, like immediately after work, like I just like passed out until like 8. I woke up, I ate food, and then I passed back out and then slept until like 4 or 5 in the morning, something like that. And then yesterday, I don't even remember yesterday. Like I just sat on the couch, I think, with Brittany after I got off work, and then just was like there. Like I didn't sleep, but like I don't know. And then I ended up falling asleep around I think 10, and then ended up getting up today at like 5:30. But my sleep's still like like 2 hours, and then I wake up 2 hours, and then I wake up.
Hmm.
I don't think I'm getting any REM sleep. I think is my problem. Fucking sucks. But I did get to play some Battlefield at like 6 this morning, so you know. Ugh. And then I was reading up on it, and apparently, like restless sleep or like insomnia is a long COVID after effect for some people.
Oh wow.
And they actually have something that they dubbed, I think it's either COVID somnia or Corona somnia, one of the two. And there's some people that have it where they just don't sleep anymore after they get the shit. You got to unmute in the thing too. There you
No.
go. Ugh. So yeah, so hopefully this shit passes pretty quick.
Taste anything yet?
Oh, I never had that issue.
Oh.
I just have like just chronic fatigue,
Mm.
and it doesn't help that like I'm only sleeping like 2 hours at a time, and then I'm like waking up like consistently. So like I'm not getting any REM sleep.
Yep.
It's good stuff, man. And then I was reading articles on it and shit, and they're like, yeah, don't take any like ZQuil or anything like that because you'll grow like mentally attached to it. And I'm like, cool. So I'll just fucking be perpetually tired.
Guess I'll die.
So I bought some vitamin D. Since how we haven't had sun in like a week. Some vitamin D, some magnesium, see if I can try to regulate my circadian rhythm a little bit. Ooh, that's a bad start.
I've had a good one or like a really bad one in a long time. It's always been like 5 to 15. So like right in the middle, not extremely high or extremely low.
We need to have another one. Wasn't the last one you had the one that Felix died on?
I think the last one I had was the werewolf that we found in the plane. So that was a while ago. Have you seen John's apartment yet?
No,
That's it. That's all of it.
that's all of it.
Yep. Accurate.
No bedroom?
Nah, fuck all that.
Really?
No.
Let's see, did you get a studio?
Nah. It's 700 square feet. A lot less room than the house, obviously.
Oh yeah.
It had enough space for me and Dante. I'm like, that works.
The 2 bedroom?
Nope, just one. He's got his futon that he likes sleeping on out here as for the couch. So he likes sleeping out here, so that works.
Yeah, I want to come check it out. It's just, you know, COVID.
You got cooties.
It's kind of put a damper on things.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I could still check it out. Kind of a dick move, but you know. Nothing's physically stopping me from doing it. Shit, that's not even fully true. I'm good up until like around 2 p.m. and then I just start getting tired. Apparently that's how long you can run on fumes. From like 5 in the morning until like 2 in the afternoon.
Sounds fun.
Oh, it's real fun. Megan's wearing a fucking flannel.
And I'll be back.
Bye. Where the fuck Heathcliff at? I can still see a little bit. Oh. So hopefully with me being up since 5:30 this morning, that come midnight I'll actually be able to like sleep. Maybe I'll be exhausted enough that I won't wake up at 2:30, 3 o'clock.
I don't believe it.
I don't either. Trying to be positive though.
Hi, friends.
You got a jacket on and a flannel?
Yeah, I do that most of the time. I usually have this pullover and the jacket, and it's on top of pajamas, and then there's a blanket that sits burritoed around my legs.
It's that cold down there?
Yeah, it's been dipping below 50 down here now. It's somewhere between 50 and 40 while we stream.
What the fuck?
Hey, you know, if that interview goes well on tomorrow morning, there's a chance that I'll only have like 2 more streams down here. So
Well, if for nothing other than getting you out of that cold ass basement, I hope you do well on it.
I would think that you don't want me to live near you or something.
I'm just saying at bare minimum.
At bare minimum, fuck this basement.
Yeah.
I get that. I feel it in my soul. And I'm a dumbass down here, fresh from the shower with wet hair.
You gonna be spending your first week in Michigan with pneumonia?
I mean, no.
So are you deciding to grow your hair out again soon?
I just don't trust barbers. So this is a result because of that.
Barber trust issues. Is there an origin story for this, or?
My uncle is a professional tournament barber.
The fuck
So
is
we
a
can't just let
tournament
any
barber?
Joe Schmo touch the flow.
Hmm
Hold on. What the fuck is a tournament barber?
He gets someone that can like volunteer to get their hair cut any way that the barber wants it, or the tournament requires them to cut the hair. Then they go and with their subject go and cut hair.
Do they broadcast that on the Ocho?
I don't know anything about it. I've never been
He ain't gonna get that
to one.
reference.
I know.
I mean, for example, my colorist last year, the hair she did for me made it into the top 25 for the colorist contests. The one shot, or whatever it's called.
Colorist sounds like someone who's racist.
No, colorist is because she doesn't cut hair, she only dyes it.
She's colorist.
Sounds
do
like
that.
somebody trying to be politically correct while saying racist. What are you, colorist?
Dude, we're all one race. Oh, okay, so you're just colorist then. Okay.
I'm gonna do that with my art from now on. Yeah, commissions are open. I only do coloring though. I will not draw your art.
You want a drawing? Go to a drawer. I'm a colorist.
I mean, there is colorism.
Go on.
Just like people being more racist against tones, like darker tones versus others.
People find weird shit to hate other people for.
Uh-huh.
Damn. I know me and you are technically the same nationality, but your skin
I'm
tone's
clearly
slightly
better
different
than
than
you
mine.
Because
Mm-hmm.
my complexion, more desirable to the masses.
My complexion is no. I opted out of complexion.
You just decided to grow a beard to hide it.
I got the. I didn't pay for the extra colors in the DLC. I just got the basic. The other skin packs that cost in-game currency, I didn't have enough.
Sounds dumb, but okay.
What are you doing? It looks nice.
It's still too red.
So tell her that.
I mean, she's talking about it in front of you that she's gonna cool it down in time. I'm just getting tired of this fucking process.
I mean, tell her that. Don't tell me that. I can't help you. You want me to put some green dye in your hair? Sure. And I'll even out the red tones, right?
Well, it's kind of gold, so it might need like a violet.
Like a violet? Sure, we can do that. We'll do it with some Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
No!
There you go. Take it old school.
Though violet has red tones in it, doesn't it? Isn't violet blue and red?
I don't fucking know.
Could just put blue over it and then it'll take the red tones and make it purple.
Countdown timer
Oh.
done. Hey, look at that.
Just in fucking time. There he is, the man of the hour.
I'm mute.
I'm aware. And what are you talking about? Yeah, I've been here the whole time. There's no way I got caught up playing a video game and didn't realize it was 8:01 until I looked at my clock.
Mm-hmm. Seems legit.
John, how are you managing to hide behind Tal?
Huh? I gotta stream up to know what you're talking about.
You're like on the bottom right hand corner of the thing, and I like look over at stream and I see you just missing from there.
It's his eye.
That's all you
Tallius.
need to see.
Midwinter Dreams, long time no see. Oh, hey. So, what's going on, everybody? Episode 15, Las Vegas. No real updates to get into, so we could probably just do recap and hop into tonight. So, who's doing recap?
Don't all jump at the same time. I did it 2 weeks in a row now, guys.
Clearly means it's Sin's turn.
Okay. So I just don't do it because they're the shortest recaps.
I love them.
So, started off last week. Kay, Willow coming back from town, giving the guys their food. Gio had some out of body spiritual vision of some sorts. Talked to some gray people, seeing a devourer coming for his negative essence that's been expelled in this area. Told the group started talking about how there's some Abbarant that survived living in the north of the woods from the city. So we figure out a way to get everyone into the city, into the walls to go see this guy. Kay and Gio went to go get Gio tested since he hasn't really been feeling any of the symptoms, but he is Essence Rona positive, so they kicked him out. Kay was still in. She tried going to the woods, but they were like, hey, city's over there. So she made her way into the city, back around, and made her way into the woods. The rest of the group went to the west side of the gate, around deeper into the woods, climbed over a few little hills over a crude makeshift gate, and everyone else ended up into the walls of the city. Guard was about to spot us, but Ava Bear made some noise. Some of them went running off into the woods. Looks like they closed the front gates for a little bit, but then the commotion, the rest of the group just took off deeper north into the woods, met up with Kay, kept exploring, found this campsite, started smelling kind of funky, found some bodies burnt, piled up. So we took a picture, kept going north, found the billboard sign name of this camp. I don't remember what it was. Nearby is a building, and we heard some noise coming from it. When Willow investigated, there was a sickly looking, thin, malnourished Abbarant in there. Knocked on the door. This guy's eyes were solid black. Said he was no name, no caste, or something like that. After his lost his connection to the essence. After a little bit of talking and back and forth, saying how it's better just to die. Or was talking about a connection that was kind of made when Kay went into a different dimension, then used one of her abilities to go even further. And that was part of this guy's speculation on where the essence goes and how to tap back into it. So after a little bit of discussion, the group agrees to help this guy, with the two guys being conduits for Kay's spell to transfer her deeper into this dimension. And everyone got some rest, woke up, and first thing in the morning, we started to cast the spell. And once the spell was cast, with Gio and Tal using the blast staffs on Kay, we were in this other dimension. Everyone focused their essence and cast on this random aberrant. And there was some side effect that everyone seemed to have for blowing every point of essence that they had. When we came out of the spell, a few of us were kind of blown back and away in this room. Kay had a little bit of each of our essence inside of her, and this random guy was glowing this iridescent glow with all these trappings surrounding him. And that's where we ended.
Yeah. And that's where we're going to pick off tonight, too. So you're all still within that cabin. I believe Gio is out cold. Was it?
Am I?
All I know is Willow got blasted back on her ass.
Yeah,
I don't remember being knocked out, but I last end of last game is a little blurry, so I'll go with it. Sure.
Yeah, I think you're out cold.
Kay's still standing and somehow regained all of her power points.
Kay absorbed everything. Willow got knocked on her ass, and I think Tal is like down on a knee, stunned.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let's kick it off with Gio. Go ahead and give me a vigor roll.
Oh shit. Excuse my French, but
The
realization that I don't
you
have
weren't
fantasy
using-
grounds open.
I was wondering when you'd notice.
For every minute we wait, we add a penalty.
Well, then roll my vigor for me if you're that impatient. I don't care. Go ahead.
That
can do it.
impatient.
Bet you won't do
It's
it.
8:10. What do you mean?
Bet you won't roll it with a +5.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
A +5, but also a -10.
Dang.
Hey now, Sen. Don't forget
Sonny,
the
you on here.
+20. Okay, it says Fantasy Grounds is running, but it's not anywhere.
That's good.
Why is... Oh, okay. It suddenly is opening. That took way too long to load. I can't wait to get my new computer.
When's that supposed to be coming?
Taking... they said it takes 10 to 15 business days to build it. And then... So they must have a really long line.
Either that or they got a really, really slow technician.
Well, Jamie got like 3 computers from there. One for him, one for his daughter, one for his family room. And it was like 3 to 5 days when he got his built. So I think they're just getting more popular and they still have the same number of technicians. Why is this taking so long to load? But yeah, if I run too much stuff on my laptop, it starts sounding like an airplane. Like one of the fans is going
That
bad.
fan though.
Yeah, one of the 4 fans in this laptop is going bad, and anytime I start running enough, the fan kicks on. So I've been kind of trying to do low intensity stuff, and I've been keeping it like I've got it on little pegs right now to keep it, well ventilated, so it doesn't need the fan as much.
Just take like a regular old window fan, lay it on its side, put the laptop on it. That's it.
Okay, join campaign.
It'll keep your
What
crotch cool and it'll
I
keep
hate
the laptop
Steam.
cool.
Hate Steam.
Did you buy Fantasy Grounds through Steam?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I think I have it outside of Steam, but I imported it to Steam because it made it a lot easier to like move it I get it on my computer to like remember my logins and whatnot. Because then whenever I switch computers, I just, I have it on Steam, so I open it on Steam. But it works fine through Steam. The only thing is it does that thing that all Steam games do, that when you first log in, it brings up that thing in the bottom right-hand corner that says Shift Tab to see your Steam stuff. And like it doesn't go away until you Shift Tab, and it gets in the way of my start button on Fantasy Grounds.
You know you can disable that, right? Do you use the Steam overlay ever?
No.
Just disable it. Not only will it make Steam run faster, but it'll also stop telling you that forever.
It's good to know. I'm currently this far in to acquiring file list. I need like a mirror so I can hold it up to let you guys see this bullshit.
Why don't you just approximate what % of the line is done?
Yeah, but it's more dramatic to hold up a mirror and be like, look at this shit. That half.
Would you just look at it?
That is very dramatic. So what game were you playing?
Slay the Spire on my Xbox.
Slay the Spire?
It's called Slay the Spire, right? Yeah, Slay the Spire.
Never heard of it.
It's fun. It's like you've got a couple heroes and you pick one and you build a card deck as you go, and you got to try to like ascend this spire. Like you go through rooms where it's kind of a deck building card game that you go through and kill shit. It's on Game Pass. I don't know if it's on PC Game Pass. I assume it would be, but it's definitely on Xbox Game Pass. Okay, it's loading. I mean, it's been loading, but it's through acquiring files, and now it's actually loading me into the actual.
I all like that new look of the Fantasy Grounds launcher.
The golden look or whatever. That's
and
kind of fancy. Yeah. Wasn't it golden last time we played though?
I don't know. I didn't update last time.
So
potentially, this is my first time seeing it today.
I feel like it was like that last time. I had to go through and cancel a bunch of my subscriptions because I bought that computer and like I needed to get down my monthly bills, which means I can no longer shake unicorn butt on everyone's faces. I've lost my powers.
Oh no.
He got nerfed.
Because it always lands on my face.
You're gonna miss the unicorn butt or the hot
No.
dog butt.
And the Yoshi butt.
The unicorn butt is how their hair stays so vibrant.
Sorry, Megan, I can't make them twerk on you anymore.
Damn it.
I can.
You might just have to roll the vigor for me because it's like it says it's loading, but like it's still just showing me the golden background.
It's more fun to keep the pressure on you.
Okay. We'll just continue to wait.
The pressure.
Under pressure. Do.
The fuck song were you singing? That beat didn't go along with that song at all. Heath lives over here singing the house remix of it.
I don't know what song I just segued into. Do. And I can't do. I can't remember any of the words of the song that's in my head, but there's a song in my head. I could make up words. 'Cause you are my dancing girl, and I can't stop.
Candy
Oh.
I
Girl.
can't stop loving you.
It's Candy
I-
Girl.
No,
Oh,
no.
Candy Girl.
No. His is so much better.
Hey, I mean, if I'm using different words, there's no DMC, right? Let's see. All right, I can click vigor now.
Yeah, his is doom 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 to doom doom. It's totally different.
Yeah, there's extra.
Yeah, exactly.
One sec, let me look at my adventure cards before I decide whether I want to spend a penny on that.
I didn't
You
reset
reset
them.
it? adventure cards
They're
yet?
not
Oh.
reset.
Mm-mm.
It's early in the night, but fuck it, I'll spend a penny on that. Let's see what happens. And no, I'll leave it as a fail. Let's see what happens.
Okay. Well, then you are unconscious.
Sweet.
Okay. So, Willow, Tal, as you both start to regain your composure a little bit, you see in the middle of the room this Abbarant kind of down on all fours, like hunched over. And you can see that they are just like shimmering with these iridescent colors. And as you turn and look towards Kay, who's the only one in the group that's actually like still standing, you can see that Kay is sort of shimmering with these iridescent colors as well. Can all three of you give me a notice roll, please?
Who is all three?
The three that are still
The
conscious.
three that are conscious.
Just making sure.
Wow, I'm gonna have to spend a Benny to make Tal re-roll that. Tal don't roll notice rolls like that.
He's not
Especially
terrible
not
at
when
it.
fatigued like that.
He's always been a D8. It's not bad.
Willow. Well, so all three of you. First thing you notice is that Gio is just on his back, just out. Willow and Tal, you notice movement around the outside windows of the cabin that you're in.
Tal is still, I would assume, still kind of out of it as far as mobility, unless that's nothing that's gonna last.
I mean, you're stunned essentially, so for the most part, you'd get it back relatively quick. But you guys all are 100% tapped.
Lol's gonna like
Zip.
slide on her back to a wall, then slap the wall, just to make sure she can see everyone.
Kay is moving quickly to Gio's side to make sure that he's okay. Can I make a healing roll to double check that he's alive?
Yeah, for sure.
I gave you my everything.
He's dead.
Confirmed.
Nah, I don't need her panicking.
You can definitely you could definitely tell that he's breathing, but he's unconscious.
So at that point, she's just gonna be like, making sure that he's comfortable because he's knocked himself out. And then gonna turn to Tal and be like, how do you feel?
And he just kind of goes from his kneeling position to just kind of sit flat. He's like, alive.
Well, as a start,
There's something outside the windows. We got movement.
I mean, when we were in there were the grays at the windows. Was it that? Is that what you're talking about?
He gestures towards the windows in the shack. Like,
Fuck.
he picks the blast staff back up and like he uses it to assist him in standing, and he's pulls up his hood, kind of hunches over so you can't really see his face, and then he starts kind of walking over to the door like a feeble old man. And he's going to take a peek outside and see what he sees by just cracking the door.
When you open the door, you see that there are dozens of Abbarant that are kind of all gathered around here, and they're sort of looking around and wandering aimlessly. And you notice that they all look incorporeal, sort of like what Kay looks like when she goes intangible.
He's going to push the door back up. He's just, you should take a look out there and see what you see.
Kay nods and just looks at Tal and goes, maybe you should sit down. You look exhausted. And then she goes to peek outside and look around.
Yep, same thing. So you see a bunch of Abbarant there, and they're sort of wandering around like they're lost. But they all look incorporeal.
Kay is going to attempt to walk up to one to see if they can interact or see her.
So you're walking out the door, like, towards one of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a notice roll. As you walk out the door and you start heading towards one of the Abbarant that's walking around, out of your peripheral to your right, you catch some movement. And as you look over, you see walking between some of the cabins this large wolf-like creature that is about the size of a house. And as you notice it moving, it stops and it snaps its vision over to you. And then it jumps over the cabin and it begins charging in your direction.
Oh, fuck! Does this appear to be an incorporeal being, or like it's right there?
Are you going to take the time to try to analyze the situation, or are you just reacting?
Reacting.
Okay.
I guess
It's a big ass wolf charging at you.
Yeah. Gonna try to find a place to hide from it, or at least get to where it can't get to me.
Okay. So like, are you like trying to like dip back into the cabin, or are you like running out towards the woods? Like, what's your idea here?
So you said it jumped over the cabin towards me.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of between me and the cabin. I can't go there to hide.
Well, no. So there's multiple cabins in this area.
Okay, when you said the cabin, I thought you meant like the cabin.
No. So the one it was walking by is what I meant by that. So it jumped over a cabin, and it is charging in your direction.
So I'm gonna say not at the one she was just in, because if it's about to chase her down and bust through, then she wouldn't want to put the others in danger here. And considering she just yelled "oh fuck" really loud, she's assuming that they're going to know something is amiss, as she is now going to take off trying to find some sort of like crack between rocks or something she can hide in.
Okay. You can either do a notice roll or a survival roll to try to see if you could find anything like that.
Sure.
Okay. And then give me an athletics roll, please. Add 3 to this. Okay. So you take off running towards the west, back towards like the area where the mountain kind of creeps up, so you could find some place to hide. And as you're running in that direction, you look over your shoulder and see this thing rapidly gaining on you. And as it's chasing you down, it is like bowling Abbarant out of the way. Willow, Tal, you both hear Kay say, "oh, fuck," and take off running. How do you respond to this?
In terms of the mechanics of the blast staff, does it function off of the power of the wielder?
Yes.
Okay.
But the blast staff is out of charges.
Okay.
You guys dumped everything that you had into that ritual. So it's out, you're out, everything's out.
Okay. And which way is Kay heading?
If you walk out the door to the left.
Where's our aberrant friend who just went through this ordeal with us?
He's still in the middle of the cabin, like on all fours.
All right. So Tal's gonna go and he's gonna basically run over to him, pull his head up so he can see his eyes, and like if they're closed, he's gonna pry them open to see if he's seeing like any like power through his eyes.
So when you pick him up and look in his eyes, he has his eyes closed and he opens them really wide and looks at you. And you see just this swirl of colors in the middle of it that you've never seen before.
Yeah, kind of anticipated that. Kay is in trouble. You're the only one who seems to not be tapped right now. I need you to go help.
He doesn't say anything, but he looks at you wide-eyed and he just nods. And he like slowly like staggers up to his feet. And give me a healing roll. You can tell that something's off with him. He's moving almost like he's inebriated. But he stammers up to his feet and staggers to the door. Are you or Willow following suit, or what's the game plan?
Tal's gonna run after the direction that Kay was headed, hoping that this guy can keep up.
Okay.
Willow just like peeks her eyes out the window.
Okay. So you peek your eyes out the window. You see Tal bust out the door and start running in the direction that Kay's running, followed by the Abbarant. And as you shoot your gaze towards the left of the window, you see this giant wolf like creature that is running by. Tal, you get out the door just in time to see this thing catching up to Kay, and you see it snap down and bite her, and it just goes through her.
Cue blood-curdling scream as she like falls to the ground, sheltering like she's dead now.
And as you do that, this thing like nips a few times at you before realizing that it's not working. And it stops and it snaps its head and turns around. And Tal, you feel this thing looking directly at you as you're running that way.
Yeah, he's going to stop, stare back at it, and he just starts waving his blast staff like, "Yeah, come get me."
You feel a hand on your right shoulder, and the Abbarant's looking at you, and he's like sort of shimmering, and he says, None of these people or that thing is here. They're somewhere in between their plane and ours.
How do you know we're not the ones trapped between worlds?
He just looks around as you say that. That's fair.
I'm sure at this point Kay is straightened up, realized that no, she didn't die, and this thing it is incorporeal like the aberrant around her, and is starting to slowly make her way around it, looking at it.
By the time you're getting back up to your feet and this conversation's happening, this wolf has like charged over in a random direction, and you see it just like grab an aberrant and just like throw it up in the air and then swallow it.
Certainly very glad I'm unconscious.
Kay's eyes are wide, and she's like, "Is this the Devourer?"
If I had to guess, I would say yes.
As Tal is watching this thing, is it after it eats the one, does it move on and start attacking the next nearest moving thing?
After it eats the one, it like looks around a little bit, and then you see it like just take off towards the woods. And you're seeing the aberrant are scattering, like they are running in fear.
Okay. He is going to pay attention to see when any of them run in any of our direction, do they run around us or through us?
Sure. So any of the ones that are running near you, they're running around you. They definitely like see that you're there. Yeah.
And we can hear them too?
You haven't heard anything.
Not even the Devourer?
Correct.
Okay.
Are we going to have to go in between to fight this thing?
I'm not sure what course we should take.
These other aberrant, they all seem to be running in fear. Nobody's taken to using their gifts to defend themselves or others. Perhaps they're cut off and they're helpless in here?
I recognize most of them. And he kind of just like looks over towards like the pyre.
This is very perplexing. Difficult.
Tal is gonna bring out his notebook, kind of plop down where he's at, start flipping through pages.
Kay's just gonna look at the aberrant before. Do you feel the essence within you again? Could you manipulate it if you tried?
And he like holds his hand up, and you see like this cackle of energy, just different shades of color. I do, and I can.
Glad to see it worked.
He like looks at you, and He's like, you seem to have some lingering effect from this as well.
She just kind of looks down at her arms, which are still shivering with this essence pouring out of her system, and she goes, there's certainly something. Yeah, I feel invigorated. Like, crazy amounts of is coursing through me, and it's very distracting.
That may be why, if this is the devourer, that it took special attention to you.
Makes me wonder if this view through the veil that we see of these individuals in the devourer is temporary or permanent, and where the devourer just ran off to. If the people in town can see it,
I was thinking the same thing. I wonder if we brought them with us.
not really sure what to do with them, given the devourer can consume them, and that is horrible and tragic and not the way anyone would want to go. But you said that you recognize them as those who have already died of this. They have no vessel to go to.
This would be a soul death. So I'm curious if the residents of Cyril would be able to see this as well. But I'm fearful for how they would react. Or how they would react to you and I in our current states.
I think it's best that you and I don't exactly go into town right now while we're experiencing these effects.
Tal,
Would you be...
Yep.
I have a few things in the cabin that I could run a basic blood test on you to see if we're still picking up traces of the virus.
Well, let's do it. He closes his book, gets up, and starts walking back to the cabin.
And as you guys are walking back, like you're seeing like the Abbarant like in some of the other cabin and whatnot, and they're like looking out in fear. And as you get closer, the one thing you do notice is that there are no other Abbarant in this particular cabin.
I wonder if they've been here, been able to see us all this time.
One way to know would be to ask them, see if they can hear us, maybe. And perhaps they can write it down in response.
Perhaps, but let's check your blood first.
So Tal goes in and sits down and waits.
Yeah, and the Abbarant goes in there and he grabs a few things and he's like, you'll have to excuse the crudeness of this, but I don't have any of my medical equipment. I'm just gonna have to... And he, like, pulls out a knife, and he's like, can I have your hand?
He just gives his hand.
And he just takes your thumb, and he, like, pricks it with the end of the knife, and then he squeezes the blood onto just a glass
Like a
Slide.
slide, thank you. And he walks over to a machine and he starts looking through it. And he's quiet for a few minutes. I can't be absolutely certain, but I'm not detecting any traces of it in the blood work. If we could get back to the medical cabins, we could use the device that we created. And that would be a more definitive way, but I think this may have worked.
He points to Gio. Check him just to be sure.
Willow crawls over to Gio and slaps him.
Oh yeah, bitch!
Well, Heathcliff missed my whisper of asking for another vigor, so he's definitely still unconscious up until this moment.
I didn't have Fantasy Grounds open. I had Twitch open. 1 second. I need a better sound for that. I did wonder what that sound was. Now I know
The little blip.
listen for that. Yeah, yeah. I'm like, what the heck made that sound? I've never heard that before.
Huh, that's weird.
All right. So you slap Gio. He's still out cold. And the Abbarant just walks over and sort of grabs his hand and just kind of pricks the thumb. Go ahead and give me one more vigor roll just to see if the prick of the thumb does it.
Did it?
So Gio
practically jumps out of his skin.
Yeah. You wake up to this Abbarant with a knife cutting you, essentially.
It's a jump back and kind of push himself back until he hits a wall, like crab walking back. Like, whoa, what the? Okay. I'm not for food. Oh, hi guys.
Give me a notice roll. Let's see what kind of a situation you woke up into. So you kind of push yourself back, and the wall you push yourself back against is the one that has like the windows on it. So like you're like, hey, whoa, and as you look, you see all of these incorporeal Abbarant in the different cabins and whatnot, like looking in this direction.
Promptly, he like starts pushing toward a different wall. Like, what the hell is? Did we die?
Stop moving. We need your blood.
His eyes like just go. No! What?
We're
No,
To make
testing.
sure you're not sick.
what? Okay, lead with that.
We couldn't lead with any. You were unconscious.
There was a middle point between unconsciousness and we need your blood.
We need a whole hand.
No. There you go.
As you're doing it, you're realizing your thumb's already bleeding. Like, can I finish what I was trying to do, please?
Sure. He holds out his bleeding thumb.
And he takes a slide and he kind of squeezes your thumb onto it, and then he walked back over. And as he's doing this, so you notice that, again, he is like shimmering. With him having a really dark skin, like you see like this iridescent shimmer really easy on him. And his eyes are just sort of a swirl of colors. And if you like talk to Kay at all in any real capacity, you'll notice that she has a similar effect going on to her. As the Abbarant walks over and begins to sort of analyze the blood.
Honestly, Gio's not 100% sure if he's awake right now, so...
And
Kay
after
is anxiously watching this Abbarant chesting the blood.
yeah, and after a few minutes, he's like, same results. It looks like, from what I could tell, that the virus is gone. But we won't know with 100% certain without getting to one of the medical cabins.
Well, let's pack up and let's go.
I'm not sure if I should accompany you to that.
You're not staying here. We put our neck out on the line to help you get your essence to fix this.
Why wouldn't you want to be seen by them? What would they do?
I don't know how they're going to react to this. The last time they saw me, I was but a husk. How do you go from being castless to whatever this is?
Yeah, and you said they
Multicast?
don't... You said they don't like essence use, and I mean, you're kind of glowing. Like, I feel like walking in as rainbow people is not the best idea.
The essence use law was put in place because of the illness, right?
Correct.
Yeah, but I feel like maybe some of us who aren't glowing should go in and warn them, not just kind of walk in glowing, because, I mean, they don't know that we found a cure. So just walking in glowing all essence-like is gonna create a response.
I agree. And I feel that if Tal and Gio come in as if they were new to the city, they would undergo the normal screening.
I was already screened once and they knew I was sick.
Well, we could do
like
a
3 hours
blind
ago.
test with Tal then. Worst case scenario, they should just exile you.
I mean, if Tal wants to go in and explain the situation, also I'm off camera because I'm walking around because my leg fell asleep. If Tal wants to go explain the situation, we could use me as like proof that we cured it, because like they knew I was sick.
And you know what the next question's going to be? How did you do it?
Oh yeah, we snuck in over the fence. Oh yeah. maybe you came out to see us, he says, pointing at the castless man.
Not
As-
likely.
Maybe we were running from a bear and had to jump over the fence to escape it.
No, the big question is not how we got in. It's if they've tested you and you're on record as positive to this disease or virus or whatever they want to call it, then we test again and you're certainly not. Question is how.
Well, we explained that we were in the forest and a bear chased us, so we had to jump over the fence. And while we were looking around to figure out, where to hide from the bear, we ran into this guy and we got to talking. And then we explained everything that happened. We figured out how to cure it by moving into another plane and offloading our essence in the negative plane.
Your childlike innocence reminds me of some of my peer when we first got here. I unfortunately don't share that level of optimism.
Yeah, I would know nothing about that.
This is stupid. We have a cure, and
But we don't know we have a cure. That's
Willow-
why if Tal gets tested and they clear him, then we know it worked. And from that, we could probably take the results to First Light and use
Nope.
their
Oh.
abilities to be able to
You don't know,
expand
do
upon
you?
this.
He's been stuck in that cottage for a long time.
What
doesn't-
happened? Did the humans throw them out?
Other way around. The Abbarant killed every human.
Not everyone, it's just the ones that resisted and didn't surrender.
All the chased were killed.
That's unfortunate. But the Abbarant are still there, right?
Crazy evil, but still there, yes.
Crazy evil, but with power that we might need to be able to expand upon this research.
evil or fed up. Then Willow starts walking to the entrance of the cabin, grabs Gio by the shirt, and pulls him along.
Wait, where are we?
We have a cure. We need to go see if it's actually a cure.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, Willow is right. Fed up was probably more along the lines. I left our camp because I was trying to find answers for us outside of the gates. But the people that were imprisoned with me were at the very edge of doing exactly what happened in First Light. So as much as I'd like to judge them, I can't say I don't understand.
Kay heaves a heavy sigh and just like, I'm gonna go into one of the other cabins and see if I can communicate with these detached. And she exits the cabin and looks to one of the cabins. She can see these incorporeal Abbarant in and goes to enter it.
Yeah, so as you approach, I mean, they're clearly noticing that you're approaching them. And they sort of give you a wide berth, like, as you're walking towards.
She's going to stop and just turn to them and be like, Can you hear me?
They just sort of squint at you.
Kay's gonna look around to see if she sees the Devourer anywhere near.
Give me a notice roll. You do not see the Devourer anywhere.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so as the spell sort of kicks up, all of a sudden you're watching as you're looking at these incorporeal figures, and they sort of become fleshed out incorporeal in front of you.
Can you hear me now?
Is this some sort of dreamscape?
We don't know. We were hoping you all would have some sort of answers. How long have you been in between?
I'm not sure. We've been here for... I don't even know how to tell how long. And as you're like talking, the one thing you do notice here is that all of them have completely blackened eyes.
You've lost your connections.
I think we're dead.
The gentleman in the cabin who we were just talking with,
Kel.
Kel, does recognize a good number of you as those who were lost to the plague.
And how did he survive?
He didn't use his essence for more than 2 weeks. And then he lost all connection with the essence. And we believe what we did just now may have brought it back to him. If at least temporarily. There's no way to tell yet. It's too soon.
And what was that creature?
That was a question I had for you all. Our assumption is that the creature is the Devourer. The Greys came to a friend of mine and said that the plague was a negative essence and the Devourer was coming to consume it.
Is that all we are? Just the remnants of essence?
I don't know, but we're going to try to figure it out.
And at this time, you're starting to notice more of the Abbarant are gathering around.
And Kay's been upticking it this whole time, but the duration is only 5. So I'm assuming how many
30 seconds at a
duration
time.
5? What?
30 seconds at a time.
Yeah, so then and upkeep is probably it is just one
Yeah.
point, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you have the concentration edge?
No. Concentration edge comes 2 level ups from now.
So another year.
So she just sighs and is like, any information you can give us of what you've been experiencing or when this creature arrived would be helpful if trying to figure out what's going on and if there's any way to help you.
I wish I could. This is the first that I've seen of it. But
And you've been in between for a time? She's looking around at all of the Abbarant that are beginning to gather.
I don't know how long we've been here.
But it's been longer than just now when that creature appeared and we exited the cabin.
I believe so, yes. There's been no days, no nights. I haven't slept. We've just been here. And we want to leave, but we just can't seem to find ourselves leaving this area.
And when you say that, what do you mean? Because of fences or some force keeping you in the areas?
Not a fence, no. We just don't seem to leave. I don't know if I've ever actually tried. Have any of you actually tried to leave this area? You start hearing murmured discussions. Everybody's just sort of like, no, I don't think that we have.
Interesting. Please be safe and avoid the creature as much as you can while we try to figure out what's going on.
And while this conversation's going on, what's everybody else doing?
Unless Gio stops Willow's dragging her back to the entrance. Dragging him.
Gio's trying to stay with the group for now. Like, if it seems like we haven't really discussed much of what we're doing. We kind of discussed ideas, but not a formalized plan. So Gio's kind of gonna like stop when he realizes not everyone's coming along as Willow drags him off. But other than that, he's not really gonna speak up. He's just gonna look at, just look at the places where people have kind of wandered off to, like, oh, what's the plan? But yeah, he's not actually saying anything. He's just, stopping and kind of looking at the other two. Where's Tal in this, actually? That's a good question because Kay's gone to talk to the people. Kay went and Corporeal to talk to the people. Willow's trying to drag me off.
Tal's stayed in the cabin, and he is going over the tail end of the calculations this guy had up on the wall versus his notes and trying to figure out how to get home.
All right. Then yeah, Gio's just kind of looking back toward the cabin and looking toward Kay, and then looks toward Willow like, isn't the whole plan of showing them it's testing if it's cured to have Tal go into the camp? I think we gotta wait for everyone else.
You were infected. I have proof that you were infected. If they test you again, they'll see that you're cured.
I agree with the one guy who never gave us his name. That's going to invite some questions. Let's have Tal go first so we can see if he's cured. That way we know if it works. Because getting them to test me again after 2 hours would be kind of annoying unless we tell them we think it's cured. And that's going to be some really awkward questions, especially if it's not cured. So I'd rather Tal go first so we know if it's cured ahead of time. And then we can discuss further plans from there.
Will like stops and just like looks up. Tal's the only one I trust to stay here with the guy. And because he won't come with us, I'm dragging you. So Tal can stay.
Look, I don't know if you haven't been around me a lot, but I'm not the best with social situations unless I'm trying to piss someone off. I don't know if I'm the best person to try. Shit's not gonna go well if we have me doing the talking with this.
Then
And
don't talk.
they're gonna want ask me some questions. It's it's not. I don't do the not talking thing very well.
Where are you two having this conversation at?
Wherever Willow managed to drag me at before I realized the other two weren't following and stopped and started looking back at them.
So you guys started
Somewhere
walking out a little
in
bit
between the campsite.
Okay. As you two are having this conversation, give me a notice roll, both of you. Give me a notice roll. We're gonna take 2 away from it, seeing how you guys are engaged in conversation. So 5 and. So as you two are talking, Gio, you start like down the way a little bit from the way that you all came up here. You see someone moving around, and you see that there's one of the police, and they're walking in this general direction holding a cardboard box.
Gio's gonna immediately kind of duck down a little lower and look to where Kay is, because Kay's outside too, right? I mean, she's intangible, but she's still visible.
She's in between like the cabins at one of the other cabins talking to a group.
Okay, well, hopefully they don't notice her, because he's got to sneak back and tell Tal to hide. Just remembering back to the cabin, there was like places we could hide, like under beds and stuff in there, right?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, Gio immediately ducks down. He's like, and he like makes a noise and starts hurrying back toward the cabin to try to sneak in to warn Tal.
Do I not see this guy?
Oh, I mean, after Gio points it out, I'm sure you would.
Yeah, it's like, because he does kind of, he ducks his head down and looks like directly over to the guy kind of urgently, and then rushes over to, he doesn't really say much, but he motions toward them.
Willow smirks, crosses her arms, and just looks over at this guy.
Okay, in that
Get
case,
the information out. Someone's coming now.
if you just stand there and smirk, then by the time they get all the way up the embankment and they're like sort of walking there, they notice you, and they kind of call out, "Hey, what are you doing up here?"
Visiting the Abbarant.
You really shouldn't be up here. And they're like hasten their pace towards you.
I think there's something that you might want to see, though. She, she like kind of skips along towards the cabin where the guy is.
Gio, as you're scurrying back, you would have heard this engagement.
Well, Gio knows she's been in the city before, so he's hoping, she's planning to play it off or something. So but Gio and Tal are definitely not supposed to be in the city. So currently his objective is to try to get in there and tell Tal they need to hide.
Okay.
Because as far as he knows, her and Kay are allowed in the city. They've been tested. They've got their passes or whatever. So.
Okay. Yeah. So you make it back into the cabin. Tal and the other Abbarant are in there, and as you kind of burst in the door, they just give you a weird look.
Look around for somewhere to hide, like under a bed or something. Be like. Gio kind of runs up to Tal, goes as if to grab him, but then like thinks better of it. He's like, "Someone coming with a box or something," and he jumps under the bed.
The other Abbarant's like, dude, no one should be coming here for another 2 days.
Is Kay able to hear the real world?
Nope.
But they could see her sandstorm presence if they looked for her.
Yep. They'd be able to see her incorporeal like everybody else.
Haven't we talked to her when she was incorporeal before? Like at the fence when she was incorporeal, we were talking to her?
At the fence?
Of the power station when she tried to go incorporeal to get through the fence. Or something.
Didn't she go incorporeal and immediately cast and fail it or something like that?
Yeah, because she realized she can't cast on real objects, on corporeal objects while she's incorporeal.
Yeah.
So she just paced back and forth through the fence repeatedly until she turned it off.
Okay, never mind.
So it says that unable to affect the physical world, and it can't affect me. Travel through walls and non-magical weapons pass straight through. Any items carried at the time of casting also become incorporeal. Character may affect other incorporeal beings and is susceptible to supernatural attacks, including powers and enchanted items.
Alright, so.
Yeah. And, Kay, if you're not really paying attention to anything other than the Abbarant that are, at this point, basically surrounding you, you probably wouldn't even notice from your point of view, incorporeal Gio running past or anything even, because you have a small group of Abbarant, huddled around you at this point.
I mean, when she was finishing that conversation, she was preparing to drop the spell to go talk to the others.
Understood. I'm assuming this is all happening simultaneously, though.
Yeah.
Well, I think seeing Kay is going to be less of an issue and more him seeing the giant field of ghostly Abbarants. Or the wolf thing if it comes back. Assuming he's similarly able to see them.
Tal, what are you doing with Gio giving you the information?
He just goes over to the bed and has a seat and lowers his head again with the hood down, and he's just waiting there.
Okay. So he's like, Just let me handle this. You two stay quiet. And his hands begin to sparkle. And he just walks over and he sits down like right next to Tal. Tal, Gio, go ahead and give me a notice roll with a -6.
Mine didn't roll.
And as his hands glow and he sits down on the bed, Tal, all of a sudden, when you're looking at him, you see all the colors die down from him and his eyes go back to black. And as you look over to the other side of the room, you see Gio is gone. Similarly, Gio, you see the same thing, and you see as he sits down, Tal is gone.
I mean, I pulled myself under the bed, so I just see Tal's feet disappear.
Yeah, they're gone. And Willow, as this cop sort of like tucks the box under his arm and sort of hurries to where you're at, like following behind. Willow, go ahead and give me a notice roll -6. You open the cabin door and look in, and you see the Abbarant sitting on the bed, not shimmering, looking frail. You don't see Gio, you don't see Tal. And as the cop like walks in behind you, the Abbarant just looks up. Why are you here? You're not supposed to be here for another 2 days. And the cop's like, you feeling all right? This is the same day we come up here every week. We got some supplies. What's your friend here doing? I don't know. I think she's just bored. And he just lowers his head as he's sitting there on the bed. What's Willow saying to any of this?
Like during this initial conversation, she's just shaking her head. This is why I don't fucking help people. And she turns off and storms away.
And the cop sort of looks at you and like looks back over, and he's like, just leave it at the door and I'll bring it in. I don't want you to catch anything. And the cop like gives a nod, drops the box, and then just starts like running off towards where you're going to, Willow. At this moment, Kay, when you're having the conversation, that's when you tell them to be safe. And like as you say that, like you see like the expression on this Abbarant's face change, and he like grabs your wrist and he's like, take me with you.
I wouldn't know how.
How did you get here?
I don't know how to explain it. I've never been taught this power, this stepping in between this ability. It was just something that happened when I went to pull my essence around me as strong as possible once. And now I've just been honing it.
You're a conduit. And you start hearing like, conduit? Conduit? And all of a sudden, like all the Abbarant that are around you, you're feeling them grabbing on you. Boop! So you feel like these arms grab on you and start like surrounding you, and then you drop it, and all of a sudden you don't feel it anymore. And as soon as you drop it, you hear a male voice sort of off in the distance like, hey, come back!
Kay snaps around to see where it's coming from.
Yeah. As soon as you turn around, you can see a cop like chasing after Willow, essentially.
Steal. It works.
I hate it.
So she's just gonna try to keep hidden while following along to hear what's happening with Willow in this.
Oh, really?
Guard.
Okay. Yeah. So Willow, as you take off, you hear the cop kind of like chasing behind you, like, "Hey, wait a minute, come back!"
He has his essence back.
What do you mean?
He has his essence back. Stick around for a little bit. He can't hold that forever.
If that's true, then it's not safe here for you. Don't you have essence?
Mm-hmm.
We need to get you to the clinic.
Wait with me here for a minute. Anything you want afterwards, I'll go to the clinic. I'll get tested.
Give me a persuasion roll. All right, but the longer you wait, the worse it could be. You could be infected right now.
I'm aware.
And as he's talking to you, he reaches in his belt, opens up one of the little pouches that's on there, and he pulls out a mask and he puts it on.
You don't have radios or anything?
I didn't bring anything with me. This was just I just wanted to bring him his supplies.
She leans against one of the cabins, slides down, and just sits there with her eyes locked on the Abbarant's cabin. And just waits.
It's like, yeah, we haven't seen you in the city in a couple days. We figured you skipped out after your initial visit.
Nope, helping a friend against my better judgment.
Question.
Sure.
Are these incorporeal Abbarant about where this person should have seen them?
Mm-hmm.
And he just didn't react.
Kay doesn't know. Kay hasn't been there.
Kay's watching them right now.
Well, right, but she doesn't know if he's reacted to anything or not.
What I meant was, like, she popped into existence, heard this, and looked over and saw, like, did she see that at all?
You could ascertain that he should have been able to see that, yes.
Okay. I guess at this point she's going to slowly make her way back to the cabin.
Okay. Give me a notice roll -6. You walk back in the cabin and you see the Abbarant sitting on the bed, not shimmering, no powers. You don't see Gio, you don't see Tal. He looks up at you, his eyes completely blackened. Is he
He would
gone?
see a look of shock as she quickly looks around, doesn't see Gio or Tal, and she just looks at him and makes a
He goes,
sad face
is
and
he
goes,
gone?
"It was only
We see
temporary,
her.
Kel."
What did you call me?
Kel.
He
In between.
blinks, and as he blinks, you see his eyes revert back to like the color, and then you see the illusion dissipate.
Jesus. Okay. So it's not gone.
Gio is under the bed, just looking out like this, just laying on his arms.
He's so cute. That was out of character. That was just Megan enjoying Gio.
It's just a comfy way to lay. He's on his stomach, trying to get a good view of, you know, what's going on in the room.
I think that we were gone longer than we realized. I wasn't supposed to have anything delivered for 2 days.
You know, I just assumed that guy dropping up that was talking to Willow out there didn't know what the hell he was talking about, because before I snuck back this way, I heard him say to her that he hadn't seen her in a few days. I thought he was just full of shit, not paying attention, didn't realize it had only been 1 day. But perhaps you're right. But what I'm trying to say is I went in between, and those Abbarant that are there, they're all how you were, blacked to the eyes, no cast in that in between. And of course, they're the ones who told me that your name is Kel. They were calling me a conduit. The beast is new. They haven't seen it before. They have no way of telling how long they've been where they are because they can't perceive any form of day or night, but they were able to see us. And they want to leave, but none of them have, I guess, had the will to try.
I'm not sure what to make of this whole thing. My mind's still racing with what we need to do here.
It's certainly a lot at once, and you've already gone through so much. You just got your abilities back.
And I'm not even positive if this is a permanent thing or not.
That is something I've worried about.
I guess it all depends. The humans that were fused with essence adapted almost instantaneously.
Well, that aspect I'll worry about later. More importantly for now, we need to get you tested properly. And then
Willow seems to be waiting out there with that. So.
Well, if he catches wind, then my powers are back. We're gonna have a lot less time to think.
Well, let's get to it. I'm gonna go get tested. Tal stands up, leaning on his blast staff, and then starts heading out.
Cal looks to Kay and says, "You should go with him."
Of course. She goes and puts her hand on Tal's back and follows him out.
Gio rolls over to his back and reaches his arms up to the bed and just pushes himself out. Kind of pulls himself up and starts following.
Shouldn't you stay behind for now, Gio? Since...
What? Should I stay behind here? I mean, I thought I should at least sneak over the fence again with you guys and be outside of the town. But I mean, if you want me to stay here, I can stay here. I'm definitely not going. I wasn't planning on going back to the town with you, but I thought we should all get out of the place we're not supposed to be. But yeah, I can stay here.
I mean, I was more thinking Willow needs someone. She's with that guy. I don't know.
Oh, he's still out there. Yeah, I should stay in here if he's still out there. Shouldn't Tal stay in here if he's still out there? Gio kind of inches over to try to look. I kind of peek out the window.
Sure. Give me a stealth roll. Give me a notice roll. So Tal gets up, starts walking out. Kay, I'm assuming, is following somewhat closely behind. As they walk around, Gio, you can see that Willow is sitting down next to a tree, and the cop's sort of just like leaning against it, and they're both like looking in that direction. And they see Tal and Kay walk out, and you lock eyes with the cop, who notices you peeking out the window. And he immediately just starts walking towards you guys.
Gio's just kind of gonna slump his shoulders and walk back and sit next to Kel.
And the cop's walking up towards you guys like, all right, what's going on here?
Tal is like leaning down, still has face covered, like leaning really heavily on the blast staff, and he just kind of leans over to Kay and says, "What's this young fellow asking?"
He's asking what's going on. If we're okay? Yes, we're fine, sir.
Cut the crap. Your friend already told me that Cal's got his powers back. And I just watched you guys walk out of the cabin that I was just in.
I mean, Gio calls back from the cabin. I mean, to be fair, she walked in without you noticing her. Only we were in here while you were actually in here.
All right, come on out.
Gio comes walking out.
Big sigh, crosses her arms, just like shakes her head at Gio. Just looks at this guy, waiting to see what he says.
What are you guys doing? You're not supposed to be up here.
Researching.
It's not your place to research anything.
Didn't
We
seem like
don't know
anyone
the
else
full
was doing
extent
it.
of what's going on here. You could all be infected right now. You're putting yourselves and this entire town at risk from being up here.
Test
Maybe
us then.
Oh, now you want to do it?
I'll be tested. I mean, they just tested me pretty recently, but I'll be tested again.
All right.
Which way to be tested, young man? He's like coughing in his direction.
Give me a performance roll.
Gio gives Tal a really odd look.
Performance. Nah. It's fine.
He's like, I said cut the crap. Let's go. All you. We'll take you to be
Gio shrugged.
tested, and then we'll decide what to do with you after that. Go on. You guys got up here. You know the way back.
Ensure Kel's safety. You're coming with us. I'm not leaving you alone with him
I'm
right
going
now.
with you. I'm just making sure you guys don't dip after I turn my back.
Good.
Go.
Kay's not moving till this guy starts walking.
Gio's gonna stop walking, kind of hesitate and look back. It's like, actually, I don't know the way back. Can somebody else? Like, I know where
Come
the
on,
fence
Gio.
is. Okay.
Kay's like locking eye contact with this guy so that he's going to be like moving with them.
I said let's go.
Yes, I'm waiting. Start walking.
He puts his hand down to his side on his pistol. I'm not gonna ask again.
Yes, I'm telling you to walk. We're moving.
So move.
Tal's gonna grab Kay's hand. Come now, granddaughter. Show me the way, please.
Gio gives an even more incredulous look at that.
Just because your hair's white doesn't mean they're going to believe that god-awful acting, Tal.
There's a bit of a racial. We have not been combined worlds long enough for that to be a thing.
And then Tal looks up at her. He says, whisperedly, "Fine, and I'll kill him later." He like walks upright and then walks past the guy and like almost like does a little shoulder thing that guys do to check each other.
He just takes it and he's just looking at you guys to keep walking.
Yep. Kay's moving, but like looking back at this guy to make sure he's coming with
Yeah,
them.
as soon as you guys start moving, he starts following behind.
Well, like 30 feet down the path already.
So he follows behind, but he doesn't really say much at this point. Like there's just an awkward tension now.
When they were about to leave camp, Wisp X comes and falls right behind Willow.
All right. So as soon as the cop sees this, he's like, "Hey, no essence use."
I'm not doing it. It's a spirit.
That makes it so much better.
Think of it like the bears, except a firefly. But like good and on our side, so don't fuck with them.
He doesn't say anything, but you can just see this just perplexed look on his face. And he just follows behind in silence as you all walk down the path. And as you start making your way down the embankment, like the staircase, it's kind of embedded in the side of the mountain. a couple other guards see you all coming down, and the guard, the cop that's behind you guys, he like kind of calls out like, they all need to be tested. They're all potentially infected.
Gio, seeing the guards not wearing masks, does his shirt up over his nose, just to be polite.
As soon as the other cop says that they're all potentially infected, they all do the same thing. They all reach into their belt pocket and pull out a mask and put it on. And one of the cops at the gate runs over and kind of bangs on the door. And you see, at first, the first door opens and the male doctor, Dr. Brown's there. And you can see them talking, but you're far enough away at this point that you can't hear the exchange. And then they run over to the other cabin and bang on the door, and you see Dr. Rosenberg come out, and they have another exchange. And you see her just sort of look out, look over, and you see that she's like looking to you, Kay.
Kid just kind of smiles and nods to her.
And she puts a mask on. The other doctor puts a mask on. They both dip inside. And as you all get a little bit closer, the cop that's behind you guys says, "All right, one of you in the first cabin, one of you in the second cabin."
Gio turns and starts count. There's 4 of us.
And we only have 2 machines, so we're only gonna be able to do one at a time.
Okay. Gio just starts walking toward the cabin that he went in the first time, whichever one he was tested in before.
Yeah, the one
Kid's
closest
going
to the
to
gate.
Dr. R.
Okay. So, Gio, you're going to Dr. Brown. Kay's going to Dr. Rosenberg. And then Willow and Tal, you're both out there. And you see at this point, like, the cops that are in this area, they're just, like, laser focused on the two of you.
Is the one that escorted us still out there?
Yeah, he's still there. And he kind of just says, just wait outside here, and then whoever comes out first, next one he goes in, we'll get this all straightened out.
Tyler's just like looking at him and just nods. Gives this like, kind of like creepy smile and just keeps staring at him.
Why you gotta be like this?
He's like
Don't look at me.
Willow slumps down with like her arms and her legs crossed, and she looks over at the wisp and like frustrated. She's like, I swear, if he doesn't help, I'm going to go to him in the middle of the night and drain every last ounce of essence that we give him. And I will continue to do it until he actually offs himself.
Wow, spicy.
You say that out loud?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Calm yourself, young one.
Cop's like, what'd you say?
I sure hope we're not infected.
My favorite part about Tal calling her young one is that they're only 1.5 years different in age.
He's finally got someone younger than him.
So, wasn't it Dr. Brown that tested you last time too, Gio?
How old is Tal?
Tal's 20 at this
Yeah, it
point.
was Dr. Brown that's why I went to the same one. I wanted to go to the one that tested me last time just for the. She was like, oh, okay. But yeah, T was the one that tested me last time. And what did you say for Tal's age?
20.
Oh, uh-huh.
And Dr. Brown looks at you when you walk in there like, Didn't we just test you a couple days ago?
Yes, but we were
They're
just
saying
You're not in the
Test me
same
again.
house.
What?
Kay's in a different one.
I misheard which doctor you were talking to.
There's Dr. Brown talking to Gio because he
Dr.
just
Brown.
tested Gio and Gio was positive last time.
Well, they're saying you got to test me again. So, I guess keep your mask on and throw me in the machine. Let's see what happens.
How are you feeling?
Pretty good.
Interesting. He holds out his hand towards your hand. He grabs a little needle again and punctures your hand with it, and then runs a blood test. And then after that, he's like, "All right, step into the machine."
Gio gets in.
All right, and you see the thing close, start whirling around you. All right, back in the other cabin. Kay, when you walk in, and Dr. Rosenberg's like closes the door, and she's like, "What'd you find?"
Kay's just like beaming at this point, and she goes, "I think we did it.
"What'd you do?"
I think we cured my friend, both of them, and Cal, we've restored his essence. Maybe temporarily, maybe totally.
How? How is that possible?
We gotta figure it out we gotta scan first to make sure we actually did it."
And like the whole time she's talking, she's like motioning for you, and she like grabs your hand.
Yeah,
And it's
Kay's just like, yeah, she's so excited.
she's like, this is true. This. All those poor people. And you just see like her look just go completely melancholic. And she just sort of like,
People we can help.
yeah, no, that is the objective way to look at this. There's so much good we can do, but there's so much bad that we've already done.
Already done?
Those
What did they do
Abbarant,
then?
we
saw
locked
the
them in
bodies.
those cabins and we let them die essentially. And then we burned their bodies. They didn't even get a proper burial.
We saw them.
And then she's like, motions towards the machine.
Kay steps into it.
And like the machine's like whirling around you, and she's just talking louder, like over the machine at this point.
Is Kay still iridescent?
Uh-huh.
This is even more fun.
And as she's talking, she's like, you know, if this is true, then we need to figure out how we can replicate it.
We're going to need others who have my gifts. This was largely in part to using me as a conduit to funnel and reverse this.
And like as you're saying that, you hear this.
Ah, shit.
And the room just goes quiet. Gio, back in your room. You do your scan, and the doors open up, and Dr. Brown's just looking at you like,
So what's the verdict, Doc?
how is this possible?
I mean, we like jumped into a different plane and offloaded all of our essence and the disease with it, apparently. I mean, that's what Kel said anyway.
Kel,
The Abbarant that lives up on
you
the hill.
spoke with him?
Yeah, that's why they quarantined us and brought us down here. They found us all in his cabin after we went on our little vision quest to get rid of our disease. I mean, he did the math. Kay did the take us to a different plane, and like we all gave her our essence to let her take us there. And then when we were there, we all offloaded our essence. And Cal said as long as we offloaded all of it, then we should be good. Although when we came back, Cal still had essence. Like he was, well, Cal and Kay were both glowing, but they dumped their essence first. I mean, they were fully out of essence before they recharged, so I think we're good there. But yeah, it's Cal said it should in theory work, but he wasn't sure, so we had to get tested. And you know, I mean, before we could do that, the guy found us all in the cabin and said we need to be tested, and we just kind of went along with it because that was kind of our plan anyway. So
This is.
I mean, test the other 3 to make sure that you know it's 100% effective, because this is math I don't understand. Math I barely kind of understood a very little part of it, and
this is groundbreaking. There's. Yes. And he like starts writing on a piece of paper, and he's like, I don't believe it myself, but you're clear.
all right. He just starts strutting toward the door, and
He's like, when you leave, go to the right and stand near the guards. We still need to make sure we keep you separate from everybody else in case they are infected.
he Gio swings open the door, steps out, and kind of throws his hands up. Guess who's free and clear, baby? And just starts walking over to the guards.
And the doc walks out with like the little card, and he hands it to the guard, and he's like, he's good to go. And then he looks over at Willow and Tal, and he's like, all right, who's next?
Tal will start following, but he's like still locking eyes with that one guard.
So you start walking up to the door, and the doctor just sort of ushers you in. Back in Kay's room, the machine whirls down and the doors open, and you see the doc just sort of looking at you, and she's just like shaking her head. She's like, I'm sorry.
If it works for them, I can be able to push it out of me again. I went into this healthy. So I just have to go through the same process again, and it should go away.
We'll need to figure all that out. We'll get all your friends tested, and we'll see what needs to be done.
Right.
In the meantime, I'm going to ask you to go into one of the cabins across the way and isolate yourself.
Kay nods and leaves and starts walking towards one of the cabins.
Yeah, I mean, she opens the door and she leads you out.
Mm-hmm.
And you see Gio all excited and shit off to the right, like talking to the guards. Tal's gone at this point, and Willow's still sitting there next to the cop that led you guys down. And Willow, you see the doctor that's walking with Kay just sort of look at the cop that's by you guys and just shake her head no as she walks over to one of the cabins essentially across like the street, and keys Kay into it, and then shuts the door with Kay in there by herself. And then she
Willow jumps up and starts like jogging to the building to be tested.
Yeah, she's like, "Come on, little one."
Did she not pass? Oh. Then before they're even in there, she's just like walking with one hand out, waiting to be poked.
Yeah. So she takes you back in the building and closes the door. Tal, the doctor asks for your hand. Are you saying anything? Are you resisting in any way? Like, what's going on in there? Or is it just kind of like whatever they want, you're just going to do it?
Yep, it's whatever.
Okay. So they run both Willow and Tal, and both of you come back clean. And Tal, you get out first, and the doctor's like, "All right, you go out of here, head right, stand by your friend. Once we get everybody else tested, then you'll be free to go."
He looks over as he's seeing Gio.
He sees Gio. Gio over there, whatever he's doing.
Absorbed in his conversation with the guards.
Yeah,
He didn't even notice Kay coming out.
he's
She wasn't very loud.
fingerboarding or something.
Tal will go up to him and just, in the middle of whatever he's saying, just, "Where's Kay?"
I don't know. She's not come out yet. I was just talking to these guys while I waited for you guys. Are you already done?
Yes,
Oh,
she should have
okay.
been done too.
And then you see Willow come out.
Where's Kay?
She's sick. Then Willow like struts up to you two.
She was like,
Yeah. Pushing the essence into her got her infected.
she was supposed to empty, but she still had essence. She was doing essence at home.
And Dr. Rosenberg walks up to you and says, "Well, you three are clear, but Kay has shown signs of the infection."
Yeah, that's what she said. So so we just got to do it again, right? We gotta, and except this time she has to get rid of all of her essence.
75% succeed rate. We're good.
Well, I mean, I think it's higher than, because like, also you should probably test Kel because because Kel said we needed to get rid of all our essence before we came back, and him and Kay still had essence when they came back.
Have you
No,
been telling all these people everything that happened?
What's that? Well, yeah. Isn't that the point?
Listen. And she kind of looks at the two cops. She's like, I'll take these three here. And they nod, and she like motions for you guys to follow. And she's like, "I'm the one that told Kay to go up there, hoping that she would find Kel. She's in quarantine right now. But if you think that there's something that can be done, I'm willing to help if I can."
I mean, Gio looks for Tal.
Let us take her to Kel. We'll fix it. You can test afterwards, and then we leave.
I say bring Kel's ass down here before he skips out.
If he hasn't already.
I'm unsure about releasing her from quarantine right now because there's a very real possibility that you all could become infected. You all have the gift of essence, and you're putting yourself in danger by doing so.
So either you have the authority to bring her there, or you send your men to bring Kel here.
We can
Let him put on a demonstration for you.
do that. I'm just concerned at how the people here may react to this whole scenario. They already don't understand any of it. And this is just going to add another layer. But I worked with Cal in creating the machine that detects this. And I understand how big this moment could possibly be if there's a cure for this. I just need to make sure that if things start getting crazy here, that you all can get out safe. And that you don't do anything too hastily to the residents. And she sort of like looks at Tal directly when she says that.
You don't have to worry about me as long as you contain the spread of information that should have been carefully and discreetly delivered as he passes his gaze to Gio.
No words, just that.
As of right now, we are the only ones that know about this.
And how long until your men feel they can tell one person, and then that person has to tell one person?
Well, unfortunately, I have no men. I don't have the authority that you think that I do in this matter. All I have is the ability to keep this information under wraps until people start asking questions. So, I can send cops up there to bring Kel down, or I could send you all up there to convince them to do it.
No, your little cops will just make things worse. They always do.
Again, they don't understand any of this.
Alright. I'll go talk to him.
I will keep things quiet here until we can get him figured out. And then we'll have to work on how we're going to communicate this out to everybody. We have a chance of putting a lot of fears to rest, but we also have a chance of causing some sort of mass hysteria over this scenario. Please be discreet. And she just gives you a little nod, and she walks into the other cabin, not the one that she was in initially.
Yes. Discreet. Tal starts walking.
Gio giving the what did I do? Look.
I'm assuming Willow's coming along.
Yeah, she like jogs up to be by her side as we're walking. So, what's the plan?
Get him to undo this so we can leave.
So, okay. Kay's your friend? You want to keep her safe?
Yeah.
To say the
Who are you
least.
looking at when you say that, Tal?
Yeah, looking at Tal.
Okay, just making sure. I assumed, but I didn't want to assume.
Just as you are important to me because of X, she's important to me because of Felix.
X was important to you. I barely know you. Don't risk yourself for me.
Yeah, sure, kid. Keeps walking.
So yeah, so you guys get back up there, and you notice that like there are no more of the Abbarant, like the incorporeal Abbarant that you see as you're walking back up there. And as you walk back into the cabin, you see that Cal has begun writing even more formulas on that map, like continuing some of the things that he had written previously. And as soon as he sees you walk in, Tal, he like stops and he's like, "So, did it work?"
It worked, in a sense.
What? It either worked or it didn't.
We cured the infected.
But like we cured us, but Kay was infected, so like you might be now because she came back with essence and you came back with essence.
Yeah. And he like stops and he like looks back at the board and he's like, No, that can't be.
Well, I mean, you have your ability to
Right.
use essence back, so maybe you can dump your essence this time, and we just don't dump it into a person. We just dump it into the air. Because I mean, Tal dumped all his essence, and he can still use essence. So, like now that you've restored your ability to use essence, maybe this time you can just dump it all. I mean, assuming you're even infected, you haven't been tested, but I mean, Kay was infected, and she came back with essence.
What if she actually was bitten by the Devourer?
Oh, you're thinking maybe the Devourer touching her? Wait, what? sorry, take that back because Gio didn't know the devourer bitter. Gio's like, wait, what?
She's the only one that got bitten by the wolf.
What wolf? When was what? I mean, I know it howled, but it's okay. It's a wolf now. What? I feel like I'm missing some vital need to know information.
Okay, things get a little fuzzy after I dumped my essence. Was there a point where Kay expelled all of her essence?
Yes. Her expelling
Yeah.
all of her essence is what brought us back here.
Then
Yes.
why was she still charged?
She hesitate?
I don't know. I blacked out for a moment there, and when I came to, she was glowing with the same power that I was.
Yeah, I blacked out for a moment as well. So the only thing I can figure is that tainted essence wasn't completely expelled, and we know it all went into you. That could be what you're powered by right now.
He's just looking over the formulas. Unless it was because she was the one that opened the door. That whatever that last bit of essence that was holding it open, that it latched onto that. And he like goes over to the board and he just starts like frivolously like scrawling out a longer formula to the side of it. And Tal, you could see him like looking over and he's referencing, and you could see that he's copying the formula to the left over to the right, and he's just making slight changes.
You said with your machine you can open the door without her, yes?
He stops and he looks at you and he's like, right, we discussed this already. Yes. I think that we may be able to build a machine using that, and he points to your blast staff. And then that way we won't have to have someone hold the door open.
Okay, well, she's infected now. How long would this take?
Maybe a day or so to get everything working correctly, and then this could be the piece. This could be the missing piece. This, if we do it this way, then we don't need to have the host to be able to take us there. We can dump the power into it. Tal, when you said that there was some errors in the calculation, I think this is the piece we were missing. And then he just starts talking to himself as he's like going back and writing more onto this equation.
Well, let's compare notes and speed this up as he pulls out his and flips to the last page he was working on. He like tears out a few to just kind of post them up on the board, and he starts writing himself, and you know, they just kind of start talking nerdy between each other, I'm sure.
Sure, give me a smarts roll.
All right. Oh, fuck, I'm still exhausted. Cool beans. Am I too exhausted for brain to work? Is that how this functions?
Shit, yeah, it does.
How would you know? Oh. Wrote the same fucking thing? Come on. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Gio's gonna be watching this entire time. He doesn't really understand everything they're saying because he doesn't understand Essence so much, but he's looking at the math and making sure that, like, if there's any obvious errors or things, he can point it out.
Sure, give me a smarts roll.
Just the math portions that he understands.
I will give both Tal and Gio a Benny if you play out this scenario. Gio, as Tal is writing a calculation from some of the previous books and whatnot that you were reading on, you notice a clear error in what Tal is writing, and you have to correct him.
What is he writing with again? Is this like chalk or?
I assume a pen.
Oh, because he's in the notebook.
Yeah.
Well, right on the board right now.
Yeah, he's writing on the board. That's what I was saying. So what's he writing with on the board?
If he's writing with like
Whatever the guy
Cal
was
has
using.
like just markers, like Sharpies essentially, that he's writing, just scribbling on this map.
Oh, multiple Sharpies. That's good. Okay, so that's better than a notebook, because a notebook I actually have to say something. With a larger board and multiple Sharpies, Gio's just gonna pick up a Sharpie, scribble out the little part, and put the correct number there. He's just
Tal like stops mid, right? Looks at that, looks at you. Step
Gio like
outside,
freezes. Gio's like, but that's what your other notebook said,
please.
right?
Step outside, please.
I will whoop your ass.
I'll say something first next time, but that's right. Isn't that right?
Tal looks for his blast staff. He is now grabbing the blast staff.
Gio stands closer to the calculations.
Tal's gonna turn around. You're still standing there.
He's standing pretty much in front of the calculations, like, you wouldn't want to hurt the math, right?
Swings at your hand with the blast staff.
If you're swinging at the hand specifically, a targeted shot for that would be a -2, so it'd be a 6.
Which is like between his die. Yeah, that wouldn't. Gio's gonna drop the marker and kind of like pull his hand back. He drops the marker and pulls his hand. He made the correction he was trying to make, so he doesn't need the marker anymore. It's like, okay. Gio like takes 5 steps back from the board, and he's like, okay, I'll stand over here.
Outside, please.
Okay.
Or should I go see if Ava's hungry?
Gio walks outside. I mean, he made his correction. He walks outside, then closes the door.
Like he like stares at the door for a minute, sits the blast staff next to the board, looks at the calculation, then looks at his correction. Fuck.
Ooh, he was right.
Not gonna tell him that.
Gio's standing. Gio walks over and stands in the window, trying to look and keep track on the remaining calculations.
Okay, yeah. So you guys compare notes with this. And with both of you writing down notes, it still takes between writing the notes, discussing, figuring things out, a couple hours for you all to disseminate what's going on. Meanwhile, Kay, you get put inside this cabin, and this cabin is like sterile. Like there's a bed with like thin ass covers on it, and there's a chair, a desk and table with like notebook paper and a pen, and like that's pretty much it inside of this cabin that you're in. And after a few minutes of being in there, you hear the door open, and Dr. Rosenberg opens. You know, she peeks inside, and she's like, "Your friends are going to get Cal to test him. And we're going to try to figure out a way that we can communicate this to everybody that isn't going to elicit any panic."
Hopefully it works.
How are you feeling?
She's looking down at her arms, which are still iridescent. Feel extra charged. Like I'm overflowing with more than I can handle.
That's better than... Lay down, get some rest, keep your strength. Try not to use your essence.
Of course, yeah. Kay's just like been pacing this whole time.
It's like, I will keep you informed with what's going on here, and I will help them out where I can.
Thank you.
And she just smiles and she closes the door. Okay, give me a notice roll. Perfect. All right. Back at the other side. So after a few hours of you guys like going over these calculations, you think that you have a pretty decent idea of what to do. And Cal's like, so do any of you have the ability to cross planes like Kay does?
Can't hold it. Was trying to teach her teleport when we first discovered she can do that.
Because the one thing that we're missing is we need to be able to charge the blast staff with that ability.
I no. I mean, I accidentally talked to the Greys once, but I think that was them doing it, not me. I've never. Best I can do is make myself go faster.
Cal looks at you when you say you talked to the Greys, and you can see in his face that he immediately dismissed what you said. Like, yeah, right. Like, that didn't happen.
Tal's just looking disgusted.
Then I think our only hope is we need to head to First Light to find someone who can do it.
Two things. One, maybe you should get tested just in case before you go over there. That way, if by chance you are infected after bringing our essence back with you, you're not going to infect all of First Light. No, actually. Yeah, you should get tested. I'm a little conflicted about that, but yeah.
Then he gets quarantined.
Yeah, but I mean, you could still. Well, yeah, that's right. Okay, I mean, he doesn't. He could stay here. I mean, we could just.
Exactly.
I feel like
he doesn't need to be there.
But like, I don't know if me and Willow going would be great because they at least didn't want to murder the Kurish like they did the Chase, but they certainly weren't looking at them favorably. I don't know. They weren't exactly wanting to let them leave. I'm not sure if we'll be able to leave First Light if we go there. I mean, we had to bribe them with like, what was it, 4 bottles of apple cider just to let them let us leave, and that was at the beginning of the chaos. Though we did have Chase with us.
Yes.
I don't know. Whatever you guys think. I just was putting that out there.
If I'm needed to get tested to play nice with Cyril, I'm willing to do that. But if I do have traces of the virus, then Tal, I'm going to need you to go to First Light and get someone to impart their power into the blast staff.
Well, I guess it's a good thing we left on neutral terms.
How could things change so quickly?
Well, it was only quick to the people who didn't know about it.
It's because people are assholes.
That change had been planned for quite a while. There are no closer settlements.
There may be others, but there are none that have such a high concentration of Abbarant.
Alright, and the sooner we leave, the better. Let's go get you tested.
Okay.
Gio gets up and
Yep, start walking.
How many hours were they scribbling stuff?
About 3.
How many points do you get per hour?
5.
Ew.
Yeah.
oh yeah, is our essence regenerating now?
Were you both like resting that time?
Damn near sleeping.
I would say for at least 2 out of the 3 hours I was resting, because I kind of got kicked away from the board after I made my initial suggestions.
Okay. Then you'd get 15 back. Willow and Gio would get 10 back. Gio, didn't you have the fun dynamic backlash?
Oh, let me look at the table. I can remember what I have what I had if I look at the table. At least I assume that now, but I think me and Tal had the same backlash. I thought.
Tal just got stunned.
Yeah, I got stunned. You were
Oh.
like out.
Yeah, I think that yours was backfire.
Yeah, I think mine was. Yeah, that's why I was knocked out. Is because it's if there's no likely target, he's stunned instead, and that's why you had me be knocked out.
Yeah. Give me a D20 roll. Okay. So I'm gonna say you're 15 points in the hole. So you get your 10 refreshed, but you're still 5 in the hole, so you have no points.
So I'm -5. Got it.
-5.
Oh, it does let me put negatives there. That's good.
So after you get kicked out and you get some, sleep, you kind of meander off somewhere to get some rest. You wake up still feeling exhausted. But not the same type of exhausted as far as like you felt when you were sick.
Well, I didn't sleep, but yeah, I did rest. But yeah, he
Sure.
likely after realizing he couldn't get a great view from the window, he likely just kind of slid down and rested for a couple hours, and then kind of snuck back in the door toward the end.
Sneak back in onto the cot. What?
Combat roll.
Okay.
Right, he's not gonna mention anything about it, but yeah, he's mildly worried that his powers aren't seeming to come back after emptying them all there, especially when he was like, "Oh yeah, Tal seems to have his powers back," even though Gio has not seen Tal use a single power since they got back. It was just, giving a small white maybe lie to the one dude.
Yeah, so you guys start heading back, and Cal just walks real close to you, Tal, and he's like, just make sure that regardless of what happens with me, get someone to impart their power into the blast staff. Do the same that you did before, but make sure it's the blast staff that holds the door open.
You're not playing anything impulsive, are you?
No. I weighed out the options, and nothing that I do would be taken lightly in this town. And if I am sick, going to an entire city of Abbarant is not the move I want to make.
I would agree. though I don't necessarily like what happened there. I know that not all the Abbarant there were aware or even agreed to what happened. So I don't want to punish the whole.
I've always believed that the aberrant and the human can coexist since we first got here. But every scenario proves otherwise.
Well, maybe we can change that someday.
You appear to have some good ones with you here. Keep them safe.
He glances down at his arms that are all cracked with essence, and he's like, I usually do everything that I can.
And you feel a hand just get placed on your back, and he just gives you a nod. And as you guys make your way down, and the cops see you, they kind of call out to the doctors. And Dr. Rosenberg walks out, and she says, I'll take it from here. And she just sort of looks up and she smiles. She's like, you're looking pretty good for a dead guy. And he looks over at you, Tal, and he smiles. And he looks back at the doctor and says, not dead yet. They walk into the cabin, and the door closes. Tal, are you heading to First Light, or are you waiting to see what happens here?
Where's Willow?
Willow's been just a few feet from you this entire time.
Okay. He turns and I am not sure what I'm going to see when I get there.
As in,
The aftermath of a massacre. If that's something you're not ready for, or the sight of seeing humans possibly in chains, you should probably stay here.
I don't trust these people well enough to remain in their walls. And if anything happens at First Light, I can make my way out pretty easy.
All right. Gio, staying or going?
Gio looks toward Tal and then looks back toward the cabin toward the quarantine cabins, though I don't think he knows which one Kay is in. Just, should one of us stay behind with Kay, or?
I would feel better if she had a friendly face to stay with her.
I don't think they'll let me in the cabin, but I'll sit outside it.
And if anybody seems to pose a threat, I can trust you to kill them, right?
If they pose a threat to Kay, you can trust me to try. Maybe make a big enough distraction for her to run away.
That's all I needed to know. Till we meet again. And he turns and starts heading out.
I told him before, his confidence is something else.
Well, I don't know if it's confidence or dumb sheer luck, but he survived this long.
It's dumb luck.
As we've established by the fact that he knew nothing of the essence creatures going in.
I think that's my favorite thing is that he somehow managed to avoid everything.
Every time something's about to eat him, something bigger comes along and eats that.
Gio
He's
needs
never
the
looked
lucky
over his
feet.
shoulder to notice it happening.
Right.
Gio is Domino.
Yeah.
What's your special power? I'm lucky. Luck's not a power. Yes, it is.
You'll see.
So Gio, you ask which one that Kay's in, and they show you which cabin she's in.
All right, and then I'll just set up outside of it. Because I'm pretty sure they're not going to let me in there with her being quarantined, but...
Yeah, they don't let you in. Are you gonna like bang on the wall and talk to her or anything like that?
You'll probably get close to a window and kind of bang under the window. How are the windows like level with me if I walk over there, or are they like? Is it one of those cabins that's kind of risen?
It's raised, but you could still see like the bottom of the window would probably be like chin height for you.
All right, I just do a quick double wrap on the window and kind of wave at her.
She
Oh, here.
walks over and sits by the window and waves back.
He
Awkward
smiles and sits
smile.
by the window.
Just one of those like,
All right. And Tal, Willow, what's your game plan on getting back to First Light?
Tal's going to start by walking off into the forest where we last set up camp, and he is calling out for Ava.
Yep. And within a few seconds, she comes barreling through the woods.
barreling.
Ha!
Very cognitive word choice.
I love it.
Alright. And he is going to mount up on top, and he's just, like, reaches down a hand to help up Willow.
Willow takes it and tries to position herself somewhere on the bear. Behind Tal,
Bear
I guess.
back in it.
Ha!
She can barely keep grip.
That's what I
Where's
always
Jay? They would love this.
Yes, exactly. Missing all the puns.
And then what? You're just running as fast as you can back?
Riding like the wind, bullseye.
It was a
Alright.
grisly mistake for them not to watch.
God damn it.
So after about actually go ahead and give me a run die with Ava.
Do she have that though?
She do.
I don't think so. Unless it's like a paste die.
I got you.
There you go. Found it.
So it takes about 2 hours for you guys to get back. And by the time you guys or to get to First Light rather. And by the time you guys get there, it's already night. Given the amount of time it took for you to figure out the calculations and everything else that's going on. So you're getting there at night. Who wants to notice and who wants to assist?
I think I should assist.
Okay.
All right, Tal, go ahead and do a notice with a +2. All right. So as you start approaching the city limits, you notice that there's this human guy that's just sort of standing there. And as you guys approach, he like waves at Willow and he's like, "Oh, hey there, fellow human."
Tal looks over at her like, that's a very strange response from human to human, yes?
We'll like looking back as we ride past.
Oh, if you guys are getting closer, like it starts to like step in front of you as you're like riding.
Tal's going to.
He's
I don't like
rear
that you
back.
said it.
he's not all there. He's dead. Or he's awkward.
He sees a giant bear running at him, and he seems to be trying to obstruct the path. So I don't think he is well. So Tal's going to stop Ava and see what this guy has to say.
And the guy's kind of like looking past Tal, like just looking at Willow.
Figured.
Willow like peeks over his towel. Hello, fellow human.
Like, welcome to New Eden. Do you need to do any trading?
Is this a trade? We're doing trading, right?
Yeah, so to speak.
Yes, we come for trade.
Well, come with me.
No. We've been here before. We can let ourselves in.
That's funny. I don't remember seeing you around.
Now go.
Yeah. Full charge and pass this guy.
Okay. Oh. So with him standing there, like sort of blocking the path, are you like running on him? Because he's like directly in front of you at this point.
He's human.
He's human.
Poop him away with the snout.
You have a running ahead, so maybe he gets out of the way, maybe he doesn't.
Okay. Give me a athletics roll from Ava. Hey, it wasn't a crit. It wasn't a crit fail. It was only a natural one. So yeah. So as Ava comes barreling towards, he puts up his hands to try to like stop her.
Mm-hmm.
What does she
How'd
do?
that work out? I would imagine just keeps going.
So like just gonna run over him then?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you see his head like disappear under her chin, and then you see like this body just kind of get kicked out into the dust as she runs past.
He'll be all right, right?
Both of you go ahead and give me a notice roll. Are you like watching this body as you run it over?
Tal isn't, so I'm not gonna roll.
Okay.
Willow would look back at her. She ain't gonna see much though.
No. Okay. I need both of you to roll 2d4 for me, please. Tal, go and roll it twice. One for you and one for Ava. Okay. So as you guys run this guy over and his body just gets tangled out and you like run through the city limits, all of a sudden you see this sort of glint on your skin and then you begin to feel this burn. As Willow, you take 5 points of damage, which is enough to do nothing. Leave you shaken, probably. Tal, you take 3 points of damage, which probably does nothing. Yeah, it does nothing. And Ava takes 10 points of damage, which does nothing. So you guys feel this burn on your skin. Tal, give me a spell casting roll.
Yeah, let's see what the fuck.
Best that you could tell, there's probably some defenses that are put up to prevent people from just running into the city.
Yeah, makes sense. Would it be enough to know that, this is something that they would have had back at home in the garden? Like,
Oh, yeah.
okay. All right. Yeah, he's just gonna keep going, and I guess we're gonna be heading for the capital,
Okay.
wherever that was that we met the guy in the fucked up room and all that.
Yeah, so remember the way that you guys are going in through here, you're going in through New Eden. You would basically have to run all the way through New Eden, all the way into First Light to get to where like if you're trying to go to where the Chiefs would be at, or if you're trying to just go to like the tavern, which is still kind of close to there. You'd basically have to run all the way through New Eden.
Unless he sees any of the robed figures, like the no-face guy that he spoke with out in the woods, like any of his people.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a notice roll if you're going to keep your eyes open for them. Okay. All right. So if you guys are just going to continue to run through, then go ahead and give me a 2d4 again.
Wasn't it 2d6 last time?
No, 2d4.
D4.
You got to do it one more time for Ava too.
Is this like back to back, or was there no time to recover from that shaken?
This is a continual thing as you guys are running.
Okay, so if Tal's aware that this is a common defense among his people, does he know enough to know how to make it stop?
Would you roll on it, a 7?
7, yeah.
The best you could tell, it's some sort of damage field. So, as long as you're within the range of it, you know that it would be affecting you. So it would be either a effort of continue plowing through until you get past the damage field, or backing out from it. But as long as you're in it, you're going to continually get hit by it.
At this point, are they close? If they keep going the course, are they closer to exiting that way or turning around?
Well, you don't know how big the damage field is, so there's no way for you to determine how far into it you'd have to go to get out.
Okay.
Unless you did like something to detect it.
I think Tal's assumption would be that to put up something like that would take significant amount of power, the larger it is. So he's just going to keep straight at full speed.
Okay. Willow, you take 10 points of damage. Do you want to try to soak it?
Yep. Sure.
Okay. I think you soaked it. No, never mind. I'll just cancel that out. It didn't do it as a soak roll.
I didn't have any wounds or any shaken or anything.
If you just drag it over that, it should still do it as a soak. But you soaked it. It's fine. Tal with 14. That's definitely going to hurt a little bit. So that'll be 2 wounds if you don't soak it.
All right. We will try to soak it.
Just drag it over like the wound area in your combat tracker.
Yeah, I did, and it gave me the red square, and then nothing happens. Oh, in the combat tracker. Hold on, I was doing it on my sheet. Let's pull that up. Tracker. And boom, there we go. That worked. Not well.
You can use another Benny and do it again if you want to. Or you can take the 2 wounds.
You know what? He is. I would say he takes it, and like, I guess Willow will see him just like slump over, and then he's just like punches his leg like twice, and he's like, ah, and then his like, you just see just like this burst of energy, like it's just like comes and goes like a flash, and it's like coming out of his skin. And we're gonna play that.
Okay.
Cause fuck that fatigue.
All right. Yeah, so you both feel this burn on your skin as you're running through. And you can see like Tal reacting to it. And then he does that, and that burst of essence kind of fires off. As you guys begin to push through in riding from it. And after a few seconds of running through, you guys stop feeling the burn on your skin. As you're looking around through this, Tal, New Eden is eerily quiet. But like, as you're driving by houses, you see like lights on, and you're seeing like motion behind like the curtains, like people moving around inside the buildings. But you don't see people outside. You're not hearing the normal sounds of like a city at night. It's eerily quiet in this area.
Right. Yeah, he's just gonna keep heading for the main building.
Okay. So you guys pass through the thoroughway, like the war-torn area, and you notice that there are a few new buildings up in just a short amount of time that you have left the city. And you could see that they're all in like the Abbarant architecture, like the elaborate, nice-looking buildings that have sort of started filling in the gaps of these burnt down areas. And as soon as you pass the threshold into First Light, it's a whole different story. Like, you see people moving around, you hear the commotions coming from like the taverns and the gathering areas. Megan's falling asleep.
I sure am.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna keep heading there.
So you're going
Yeah,
to like
more-
the chieftain's area?
Yeah, more cautiously, not to trample anybody now, but
Okay.
still heading the path.
Sure. Yeah, so you get there, and like you notice that as you're like going through that people are giving you a weird look.
I mean, I am trying to try and.
Just gonna say. Don't think any look's a weird look when you're looking at an undead bear.
Yeah.
All looks are appropriate.
Willow's gonna pull her cowl up and her hood up.
All right. And so what's the game plan? You get to the building, then what?
Going to dismount. Tell Ava, stay here. Don't hurt or eat anyone unless I call for you. And then maybe. He starts walking inside.
And
He will pause, turn around to Willow. Not going to be wise to mouth off in here. Even if you're feeling confident. Not here.
These people took out the entire half a city. I'm not saying shit.
All right.
Puts her hands in her pockets. Just follows with her head down.
Maybe it's a good thing you didn't bring Gio.
As you walk in, there's no one behind the desk. Like the receptionist or whatever that was there last time. There's no one there. As you get the feeling that like it's probably closed for like general hours of people coming in.
Gotcha. Forgot the time of day. Okay. It'll turn around, come back out, and he's just looking around at all the people and seeing if he sees anyone bearing those robes again.
High or low?
High. I should have said low. Oh no. Okay, we're good.
You see someone who's walking by like that tavern that you guys initially met up at, who has the robe on, with like sort of the mask pulled up, and you're seeing them walking away from you.
He will start running to catch up with them.
Okay.
And as he's running past it, come Ava.
So
Wolf
the
follows behind.
so as the three of
Oh,
you go
shit.
running through, again, still getting a bunch of looks. And as you run up on this person, what are you gonna do?
This is. Fuck, do I have that guy's name? Did he leave his name?
Hello, fellow Abbarant.
Yeah. Hello, adventurer. Let me see. I'm checking to see if I. Shit, I don't think I did. He's a. Greetings. As he slows down and doesn't look like he's about to tackle him or anything.
He turns around, he looks at you, looks at Willow, looks at Ava. Greetings.
Had some conversations with people who wore the same robes as you.
Okay.
Wanted to see if you could take me to the rest of them. I didn't catch the name of the one that I spoke with, but we are looking for a bit of assistance with something that I think that will greatly benefit you all.
Give me a notice roll. This guy, he chuckles and he's like, I'm not sure what you mean by us. Have a good night though.
And he gives the gesture to ask for permission to mind link.
He likes looking around like at anybody else who might be watching the conversation. And he nods.
And he goes, your allies had an interesting way of trying to show me the way of the flowers. The first group I ran into injected me, and the second individual, we let's just say we had a meeting in the woods where he thought that I was helping the humans, by which I clarified that very much not.
But yet you show up here with a human.
Yes. It's a long story.
Is this one your thrall?
You can say that, yes. Don't people around here have human thralls?
None that aren't aided by some form of essence to keep them docile.
Well, there are things more powerful. I'll just leave it at that.
So you come in here with the human, talking about things that you shouldn't know about. What is it that you need help with?
Hey, I didn't want to be involved in anything, and your group approached me twice, as I explained. But it would probably do best if I was speaking to more of you than... Not that I don't trust or anything.
We all hear you.
Okay. The Essence virus, familiar?
Yes.
You've had problems with it here, I'm assuming, in the past, at least a few times?
We quickly snuff out that flame.
And what if I told you we might have found another way other than to kill our own numbers that are still all too few in this world?
Then we would say you need to speak with the Grand Council.
Well, it seems they've adjourned for the day.
They will make an exception.
Can you get me an audience?
And he snaps his fingers, and you're standing inside of the same great hall that you were in before, and you see sitting at the table are all the robed figures. Willow,
looks over-
you just see Tal disappear.
Is Ava still here?
Yes.
She's gonna like tuck down in like Ava's chest area, just hide there. Is Ava like standing or like sitting right now?
Standing, because she was following us.
Okay. Yeah, like underneath like her head, Willow's gonna be like tucked in right there.
Like, no one's gonna fuck with me if I'm by this big ass bear. So Tal, you're standing in the middle of the dais, and there's like the semicircular table that's surrounding you with all the robed figures, and you hear the voice speak in unison.
And he presents his hands out in the open as he did last time.
Show us the evidence.
Well, I am that evidence. After leaving First Light, after, well, the morning of the reclaiming, I guess we'll call it that, was attacked by a very bitter individual who wanted to see others lose what he had lost. He was infected. Used his blood as a weapon against me and a colleague, and it took immediate effect. But in a neighboring town, there was word of one of us who had survived, and he had found a way, based off of a theory and the assistance of another colleague that is now sick. He was able to get us cleansed and his essence restored.
You mean the castless?
That would be him.
And what do you need from us?
He pulls the blast staff out from his back and then like jabs it to the ground. I need more of these to assist him in building a machine so that any of us get sick, it would be a matter of just getting into the machine and being cleansed. And wouldn't you rather that sort of technology be in our hands than the humans?
Do you propose this machine be built in a human settlement?
No. We will make sure it doesn't end up in their hands. But we will need the assistance of one of us that can phase themselves out of and sort of go between planes of existence.
We need more insurance. Would you be willing to exchange your eye for collateral?
You want my eye?
We will give you one of our eyes so we can see this being done as proof. We will form a rule. Once your side of the agreement is done, you get your eye back.
And have I not fulfilled what I've said I would do for all of you since coming into this town?
You have?
And what reason would I have to come back to acquire blast staffs and ask for someone with such an ability other than what I claim?
As you are aware, these blast staffs can be used as weapons, and when wielded with the right power, can cause great calamity. Someone with gifts such as yours could find ways to wield that against us if they so chose. We want to ensure that does not happen. Furthermore, everything that we have been told about this virus is that you cannot survive it. If we can see with our own eye that this cure works, and that will be all the proof we need.
And how will you know that someone has been actually cured and not just stepping into a light show and coming out saying, I'm cured?
We are aware that they have tests in the human settlement. The castless has created a detection method.
All right. Eye for an eye.
And one of the chieftains actually stands up and pulls back his hood and then pulls his sleeve up and he reaches out, gesturing towards a brule.
Tal's going to pull his hood back. And then he reaches out his hand.
And he grabs your arm, and he begins speaking in the Abbarant tongue, which, though the words have sort of merged with English since the time of being here, like hearing it spoken just fluently and directly, it still has a certain power to it. And he essentially says that once the brule ends, then so will the effect. And as he's saying it, you feel your right eye begin to burn, and then you notice the vision is just cut from it. And you see the weird shift as you lose complete sight out of your right eye. And the chieftain nods, and you see someone else stand up. They blink out of existence for a moment. They come back and they have blast staffs. And then you see them walk to the opposite side of the room that you're on and set them up. And a few members of the council begin basically focusing their essence into it.
While they're doing that, Tal's just kind of tearing off a strip of cloth from his robe and just kind of putting it across the eye and tying it off because he doesn't know how it looks, so he's just gonna cover it up.
As you do that, you hear him say, "No, we cannot see if you do that."
All right.
We see as you see. Show us that this cure works. If we can set up this machine in New Eden, we will be indebted to you.
Understood.
If we keep it in New Eden, it's close enough that we maintain control, but far enough that anyone who is infected will not risk contaminating the rest of us.
Wise choice.
And they walk over and they have like this bundle of blast staffs like swatched together, and they just sort of hand it to you.
Slings over his shoulder.
And they look at you and they give you a nod, and as they do, you're standing back. You just see Willow, you just see Tal just like appear with like a bundle of blast staffs over his shoulder that are all sort of humming and glowing with different colored essence.
Oh,
You ready?
good news? Yep. Then she like pops up, hands on her hips, and when she walks away from Ava, like a little patch of her fur hair is braided.
He looks, frowns, but then just keeps going.
Willow, give me a notice roll. You notice that one of Tal's right eye is like almost like a lime green color.
She like looks at it, stares at it for a second, and turns, hops on Ava.
Tal's gonna tie it off to the kind of saddle thing that he's got set up there, and then he's gonna saddle up and start heading back.
All right. So you tear through First Light, back through New Eden, and as you start going to the area where the damage field was, you see standing on this side of it that same human that was there, in perfect condition. They're just standing there, and they just give you a wave and a nod. And as you ride past towards where the damage field was, you feel nothing. And then you see the guy just sort of slowly walking behind you, like back towards the city border.
For a hot minute, I was like, just kind of swerving.
Listen, you get a migraine in the right side. All right. So you take another 2 hours or so, head back. At this point, it's like, late or early, depending on how you look at it. By the time you get back into Cyril, and after you get inside, you see Gio, probably at this point I'd assume is asleep, just against the building.
Yeah, sleeping against the building beneath the window.
Making his RP and K being sleep.
I know, Megan's RPing it so good.
Right? Dedication.
That's right. Do you say anything to Gio as you see him like sleeping outside there?
Have Ava wake him up. It'll be funny.
He shrugs, has Ava walk slowly up to Gio.
So you're actually bringing Ava inside the city?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like there might have been a confrontation before you got close enough to see Gio's asleep, if that's the case.
Yeah, I'm thinking
This time of night?
I mean, there's still the cops that are guarding the place.
Mm-hmm.
And they're the ones you really got to worry about.
Mm-hmm.
So as they see you running up, you hear them yell out, "Bear!"
Tal goes.
You just shake your head no.
Yep.
Willow yells back, "People!"
John, go ahead. Give me a roll on the reactions table.
Oh, it better not be guard one I was grimming down earlier. He's super fucked.
Listen, if it was guard one, you'd already be dead, okay? Yeah, so you hear him yell out bear, and then like a few seconds later, you can like see them like looking, and like the gates are closed by the time you get to them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like looking at you, and they have like their rifles out and shit. And they're like, "Are you riding one of them?"
If you shoot at Ava, I'm gonna be very angry.
You can't bring that bear in here.
Her name is Ava. And he like pats on the bundle of blast staffs. He's like, "I brought what Kel needs. Wanna open up the gates?"
Come on, you can't bring a bear in here.
not bringing a random bear. I'm bringing Ava. It's fine.
The people of this city are not going to look at her and go, "Oh, that's a pet bear."
We're not walking through the city. We're taking the path on the left.
All right.
Give me a persuasion roll. The guy's like, "Okay, but keep it quiet and keep it out of sight. Don't bring it anywhere near the city proper." And he's like, "Open up the gate," and you hear another voice from a body you don't see, like, "Seriously? Just open up the gate."
You want to go tell this guy no? Right, a fucking bear.
Okay, so they let you in, and then you see Gio laying on the ground outside of one of the cabins.
All right, we're gonna walk up slowly, then go. Ava, speak.
That's your idea of keeping her hidden and quiet? So the bear roars right in Gio's face. And then the cop throws out the door is like, "What? What did I just say?"
That was a mistake. It's fine. It's fine. It won't happen again.
Gio shoots up and nearly socks Ava in the nose before he contains himself.
Boop.
Like, oops, my bad. All right. Everything's still quiet around here?
I don't know if you were awake for it, Megan, but a bear just roared outside your window.
I woke up for that.
Well, that makes sense. The K would wake up as soon as the bear roars.
So good at RP.
This RP is so
Right.
on point.
Listen, okay? I didn't try to fall asleep live on camera.
Listen, there's a niche for that.
Exactly.
You guys
I
caught
got
me
more
full in
views
that
now.
mode.
Watched you
most
wake
of the
up in
people in that
terror like
niche-
3 times. Like,
Yeah, what? Who?
Yeah, most people in that niche have little things you can activate to wake them up.
Oh my.
Heathcliff is one of those people in that niche, apparently.
Right.
No, I
It's
just
like-
happen to come on them on TikTok all the time. That was poor phrasing. That was very poor phrasing.
That was.
Sorry, you deny?
I happen to.
That's a confirmation if I've ever heard one.
I happen to stumble upon them on occasion when doom scrolling. Honestly, I scroll past them really fast because they're kind of creepy. Like, you always see them sleeping, and they got like a doll in the background. And yeah, in theory, I think you send a certain gift and it makes the doll move. But I just find the dolls super creepy, so I usually scroll past really quickly.
Fuck.
I have not
Yeah,
stumbled
that's
upon
terrifying.
Shit, I got me a new stream idea. Just sleep.
Yeah, so there's people that make money by sleeping with like 5 different things nearby that will scare them awake if you tip the right amount. Or,
Joke's on
it's
you, I don't
TikTok,
sleep
so you gotta
anyways.
Send a thing.
Right.
I'm jealous over Megan being able to sleep, rubbing it in.
How you
I'd
doing?
like to return to the sleep, okay? I wasn't in scene anyways. It's fine.
Oh, it was great. It was RP. It was perfect.
Mhm.
We assumed Kay was sleeping.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys get back, scare the shit out of Gio. What's the game plan?
I'm going to ask Gio actually. what became of Kel? Did they quarantine him or what?
I didn't. Did I happen to see him wander by before I went to sleep? Because I was sitting by her window for a while before I fell asleep.
Well, I was gonna ask you, like, were you paying attention to what was going on with him, or were you talking to Kay, or?
Kay didn't really
I
talk.
was. Yeah, we weren't really talking. I was just sitting outside her window, basically keeping watch, but not really because we're in a town, so it's, you know.
High or low?
Hi.
High or low?
Hi. One sec. Low. Fine. I don't know.
No, you said hi. It's fine. Don't.
I don't know. I
Take
don't have
that back.
Fantasy Grounds is minimized right now, so I'm kind of. I just have your faces up in front of me.
Yeah, so you would have heard them say that Cal is cured.
They gave him a clean bill of health. I'm not sure where he wandered off to after that. I assume back up to his cabin or something. I mean, they didn't keep him here.
All right. He pulls off the bundle of blast staffs and says, well, we're gonna go and see if we can get this ready. We're still outside the city proper, right?
Right, yeah. So you're like in that little segregated area where like the cabins are right out. You're inside the gates, but you have to like walk a little bit of the ways to get to the city proper.
I'm assuming Kay's probably at the window now, just like watching.
And it's Ava, guard Kay's building. And then he starts heading for Kel's little shack or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, you walk your way back up there. And when you get to the cabin, you see Kel is in there with Dr. Rosenberg, and like he's like walking her through all the calculations on this board.
As we're walking away, Gio's gonna. Well, yeah. You know what? Gio's gonna stay behind. He's not needed for this part.
Okay.
He doesn't feel comfortable with the way the bear just attacks when it's on guard mode, attacks anyone other than the group that Tal's designated. He's not comfortable leaving the bear alone on guard mode. Someone's gonna get eaten. He's staying back
Not
with
Kay, though.
with Kay and the bear, but now it won't eat me or Kay. It won't eat Kay because she's part of the group. But you know, I need to. You know, I'm staying. Gio's staying back so he can warn anyone who's about to approach that they shouldn't, because the bear will eat them.
Is Gio positive that Ava won't eat him?
Well, yeah. I mean, last time she was on guard mode, he climbed on her back.
That's fair.
And she ate a guy for him.
That's how he learned. That's how he learned she eats other people. He was on her back when she started eating someone.
Must have been pretty fucking terrifying to have a front row seat for that.
Oh yeah.
She'll be fine. All right, so it's just Willow and Tal that walk up, and you would see that Cal and Dr. Rosenberg are in there, and he's explaining like everything to her.
Okay. And he walks up with the blast staffs and sits him down. Says, "Got what you need."
All right, well, we can get this set up, and we should be able to send Kay by herself, deplete the power of the staff, and so long as she expels all of her essence before the staff does, she should be sent back completely tapped. And then I'm not sure if the staff will survive, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it.
Well, let's get to work.
And he like reaches over and he grabs Dr. Rosenberg by the hands and like sandwiches her hands in his, and he's like, Judy, would you mind going to get Kay and bringing her back here so we can do this? And she just
Good
like
thing I stayed behind.
she like gives a little smile, and then she looks at Tal and Willow and she smiles and gives a nod, and she turns and walks away.
I swear to God, if fucking Ava eats Dr. R, I'll be so upset.
It's a good thing I stayed behind to warn people. I'm specifically guarding people from getting too close to Ava.
So yeah, so Gio, you would see little Dr. Rosenberg sort of making her way down the stairs and towards your direction.
Gio like waves at her and kind of walks toward her so she doesn't get too close to the bear. So
Like,
I'm assuming she'll probably pause when she sees the bear.
pause.
Is that laugh?
So she's like, we need to hurry before people see what we're doing
You
here.
need Kay then?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go get her. You don't want to get too close. Tal told Ava to guard, and when he tells her to guard, she eats anyone other than us that gets nearby. And then he starts walking toward Kay's cabin.
She like takes a step backwards.
Gio knocks on the door to Kay's cabin, just kind of, and then opens the door, just like a light knock, since he seems to have been glared at multiple times for not doing things more discreetly.
She, walks to the door and just kind of, what are you doing?
Dr. Rosenberg's here, but Tal told Ava to guard so she can't get close, but they're ready for you. So we gotta,
Ava's
like,
just
take you
sitting
up to his
at the
cabin.
door, like looking over her shoulder.
Kay nods and leaves the door, closes it quietly behind her. Throws the hoodie on as she's walking, pulls the hood over her head, and just starts following.
Ava just lays down. She was told to guard the building. Just groans.
It's like, I'm gonna stay as we pass. She looks at Kay. I'm gonna stay here and make sure no one gets too close to Ava.
Not a bad idea.
Good luck. Does the double thumbs up.
Damn it, Gio, I'm waiting for a little skater kid to get eaten.
So
He was a skater
he was a
kid.
skater
Ava said you
kid.
look tasty, kid.
Dr. Rosenberg walks you up and sort of explains like what Cal has told her about everything, kind of like filling you in that she's kind of in the know of it all.
Kay's just nodding along.
She's like, so he's gonna set this up and essentially send you there by yourself. You're gonna expel all of your essence, and then when the staffs are done with their essence, it's gonna cut the initial spell, which is gonna send you back, and then you should be cured.
What if the devourer? What if it comes back? What if it comes back while I'm over there?
The devourer?
So you don't know everything. Got it.
And she kind of like furrows her brow.
Fucking rude.
And she walks back in. And then as she opens the door, she just looks at Cal and she's like, the devourer?
I love her so much, and I ship them.
I ship them freaking hard. I've been shipping them ever since he kind of endearingly said her first name instead of Dr. Rosenberg.
When he said Judy, I was like, love each other.
That exact same point.
On that note, I'm just going to call it.
The devourer.
Wait, baby, I can
she's
explain.
so sassy. I love her so much.
Yeah. So I think that's a good place to call it. Thanks everybody for hanging out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
For, watching me nap.
we should be good for next week, right?
Yeah, as long as my computer doesn't break down.
Stop that. Stop speaking that into existence.
Yeah.
There is a Thursday in March that I'm going to be busy, but that's a while off. Because I got tickets for Beetlejuice back when we were doing Wednesday nights, so I got a ticket for Thursday night.
Hey,
Or,
no
well, 2
worries.
tickets technically, but
No
happens.
worries.
I got 2 tickets to Beetlejuice. That sounds like a song.
Got
I got 2 tickets to Beetlejuice.
Wow.
It's old
I also
80s
got
rock.
this. Check this out.
What is that?
What is that?
It's super lightweight.
Oh. The stools.
It's a stool.
Nice.
They're pretty cool. I love those camping stools.
Mhm.
With it being lightweight, would you consider that a stool softener?
It's a soft stool. Stiff stool? Loose stool.
What the hell? This
I need
this channel is called Cade Shoots Things. That's where we're going.
Cage shoots things.
Cade
I
Shoots
trust Cade.
Things. So thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll be back next week. And we may all be awake for the whole thing.
Psst, nah.
No promises, but
Listen,
potentially.
Okay, I'm getting my beauty sleep for the job interview tomorrow.
I love it.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Night.
mate.